Mtazamaji wa ITV, ikiwa ni siku ya tarehe 27 mwezi Septemba 2024 ambapo tunaadhimisha siku ya utalii duniani, yani International Tourism Day, na chuo cha uhasibu Arusha kwa kushirikiana na Rethinking wameandaa hafla ya kuadhimisha siku hii ya utalii duniani, na maadhimisho haya tunayafanya hapa katika hoteli ya Green Melia hapa jijini Arusha. Na kama tunafahamu au kama tunakumbukumbu vizuri, jana katika kongamano lilikuwa limeandaliwa hapa kuelekea siku ya utalii duniani, nilikujulisha kuwa kauli mbiu ya mwaka huu 2024 inazungumza kwamba ni utalii na amani. Na kama tunafahamu pia, sekta ya utalii ni sekta ambayo tunaitegemea sana kwa nchi yetu ya Tanzania, kwani utalii ni kichocheo kikubwa cha maendeleo endelevu, lakini pia utalii unazalisha ajira. Utalii pia unatambulisha nchi yetu kutokana na vivutio mbalimbali ambavyo tuko navyo kwa nchi ya Tanzania. Lakini pia tunafahamu utalii ni moja kati ya sekta ambayo inachangamsha, lakini pia ni kama refreshment. Unapoenda kwenye kivutio kimoja cha utalii au kingine, unaweza ukaburudika kutokana na vile vitu ambavyo vinapatikana pale. Na nikujuze tu kwamba katika hafla hii ya siku ya maadhimisho ya utalii duniani, mgeni rasmi wa siku nzima ya leo ni naibu waziri wa maliasili na utalii ambaye ni Mheshimiwa Dastan L Kitandula, ambaye ni mbunge pia, ambaye anajumuisha wabunge ambao wako ndani ya bunge la Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Na muda si mrefu Mheshimiwa naibu waziri anaweza kuingia katika ukumbi huu hapa Green Melia kwa ajili ya kwenda kuanza rasmi maadhimisho ya siku ya utalii duniani. Na kama ambavyo nilikufahamisha jana na leo pia nikujuze kwamba IAA TV tutakuwa tunakupatia update ya kila kitu ambacho kinaendelea katika maadhimisho haya siku ya utalii duniani. Na kama unafuatilia kwa ukaribu, naona Mheshimiwa naibu waziri anawasili sasa ndani ya ukumbi huu hapa Green Melia, na ndo anapokelewa. Ameandamana na mkuu wa chuo cha uhasibu Arusha, Profesa Eliamani Sedoeka. Wameshaingia ukumbini hapa kuhakikisha kwamba kila kitu kinaweza kwenda sawa. Endelea tu kuwa na sisi kama ITV, lakini pia kupitia channel ya YouTube ya chuo cha uhasibu Arusha IAA TZ tunaweza kukuletea tukio hili live kabisa na kila kitu ambacho kitaweza kuendelea hapa katika ukumbi wa Green Melia. Mimi naitwa Ombeni Kifumu wa IAA TV. Tafadhali endelea kuwa na sisi mwanzo mpaka mwisho wa tukio hili ambalo linaendelea hapa. Mgeni rasmi Mheshimiwa naibu waziri ameshachukua nafasi yake akiwa na baadhi ya watu ambao wako nao. Kama nilivyokuambia, yuko na mkuu wa chuo cha uhasibu Arusha, mwenyeji wake huyu Profesa Eliamani Sedoeka, na viongozi wengine mbalimbali ambao wamefika hapa. Tutaendelea kukupatia update zote za kila kitu ambacho kinaendelea hapa.
Welcome to our event. Yeah, in our table, okay, from the left we have Ruggiero from USA. We have Marcel Liza for UNWTO, and in the mid we have our honorable guest, Honorable Dastan Kitandula, Deputy Minister from Ministry of Natural Resources and Tourism. Also we have Director from Institute of Accountants Arusha, Professor Sedoeka. And then we have Dr. Leticia Robishugi from IAA. Okay, it's about time our event to start. So Professor Eliamani Sedoeka, please come forward to have welcoming note to our guest.
Good morning. Honorable Dastan Kitandula, MP, our Deputy Minister for Natural Resources and Tourism. Welcome, sir. Dr. Marcel from UNWTO, and all other guests here sitting on varieties of different places. Please note that I recognize and appreciate your presence today. Dr. Leticia, our Dean, and all the faculty and staff from the Institute of Accountants Arusha. I see Dr. Abayo and others. Our students, sponsors, members of press, technical benches, and all that are here, and those who are joining us online. Good morning. Nawasalimu kwa jina la Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. It has always been difficult to put that in English. So timetable, and you know the president is also doing some tours here and there, and you probably would really want to be there, but you chose to be with us, so we truly appreciate your presence. Our friends from UNWTO, we really appreciate your presence here. You've always been with us in our undertaking. It is with great pleasure and pride that I stand before you today as we gather to commemorate World Tourism Day throughout this remarkable event in Arusha, International Tourism Conference and Expo. This is organized in collaboration with Rethinking Tourism Africa. The theme of this year, Tourism and Peace, I think it comes with a very timely, especially the fact that tourism is a global thing and peace is a global thing. It's like air. We all breathe the same air. So we believe tourism remains a pillar of our cultural understanding, economic and development, and global harmony. There is no business, there is no tourism if there is no peace. So tourism has an incredible ability to bring people from different cultures, background, and beliefs together. It fosters greater understanding, tolerance, and respect values that are fundamental to peace and coexistence. In a world often marked by division and conflict, tourism offers a platform to bring bridges, not walls. I'm sure if you ever travel for any reasons, sports, leisure, academic tourism, etc., you find out many times language is never a barrier. If you go for sports tourism, for example, there is a football game. I mean, you don't have to understand the language. You just be there. So tourism is really, really a joining platform that can bring all us together. Honorable guests of honor, the Institute of Accountants Arusha is a government-owned institution established by Act No. 1 of Government 1990. By then, it focused on creating professionals for accountancy. But over the years, the Institute have explored different areas, notably in business, finance, economics, development, information technology, humanities, tourism, marketing, and others. So we moved from one program, now we have 27 degree programs, 17 master's programs, 17 diploma programs, and we are keeping increasing. At the moment, we have campuses here in Arusha, of course, Manyara, Dodoma, Dar es Salaam, and Songea. And we are opening the first overseas campus in Juba, in South Sudan. Guests of honor, in this conference, we expect to showcase emerging trends, technological advancements, and innovative practices in tourism. Additionally, the conference will bring together a diverse range of stakeholders, including tourism professionals, government officials, academicians, and international delegates. This will offer IAA community, that is students and academics and all staff, unique networking opportunities that can lead to partnerships between the Institute and tourism-related organizations, creating avenues for joint research, consultancy, and development of training programs, new training programs. Mr. Minister, Arusha, known as the heart of tourism in Tanzania and hub for international visitors, is frequently positioned to lead conversation on how tourism can further the cause of peace. So Arusha happened to be the hub for tourism, at the same time, hub for peace. The beauty of our national parks and the majesty of Kilimanjaro and serenity of our cultural heritage sites will serve to remind us of peace and calmness that we can offer to the world. Guests of honor, you will agree that tourism also plays a critical role in fostering economic peace. By creating jobs, boosting local economies, and promoting sustainable development, tourism can act as a tool for reducing poverty. The revenues generated from tourism can be used to improve infrastructure, healthcare, and education, ensuring that peace and prosperity goes hand in hand. As the Institute of Accountants Arusha, we're proud to contribute in this process by offering specialized program in tourism, i.e. bachelor degree in tourism and hospitality management, and we use apprenticeship mode in delivering this program. Mr. Minister, as I mentioned earlier, this program, students spend less time in class and most of the time with partners. So we have students here at Melia, we truly appreciate, at Mount Meru, in many top hotels, and many tourism outlets, where students will get to be trained by the professional. Using competence-based approach model, the competence is built by a set of skills. So if a student have a certain set of skills, we say they are competent in certain area. But how do they get the skills? They get the skills by being tasked to accomplish certain series of tasks by professional in the field. By completing series of tasks, we will say this student now have certain skill, and by compiling a set of skills, we will say this person is competent in a certain area. And that's how we do it, and a apprenticeship model is the best way of delivering it. In our offering of training through apprenticeship, we have been partnering with many tourism stakeholders who have helped us to make our students develop knowledge and experience. Our aim to produce personnel who will be able to satisfy both domestic and global employment standards in the tourism industry. As a result, we express our gratitude to all stakeholders. Truly, from the bottom of my heart, they have been instrumental in taking our students and mentoring them and training them. Dear guests of honor, education is a cornerstone of a thriving society, and in tourism there is no exception. At IAA, we believe that the future of tourism lies in empowering young people with the skills, knowledge, and ethical ground to lead this industry responsibly. The collaboration between IAA and Rethinking Tourism Africa reflects our shared commitment to education in the next generation of tourism leaders who will not only contribute to economic growth, but also advocate for peace and environmental stewardship. I request all stakeholders involved to make a commitment to sustainable tourism practices as we commemorate World Tourism Day. I think we've noticed when tourists are going into the witnessing migration or going to the Ngorongoro, there is a question now, the discussion is to be had on how do we do that sustainable. If you visit Zanzibar on high seasons, you'll see discussion have to be both. I think yesterday we had a paper that also highlighted these areas. So So responsible tourism is not only about numbers, it can be all other issues, for example, cultural exchange, where we have different people from different areas, and how do we enjoy the tourism, what tourism sectors have to offer without offending or making others feel comfortable. So let's reevaluate tourism as a means of promoting peace, not just between countries, but between the people and the natural world. As a tourism is a major economic driver in Tanzania, IAA participating in hosting of this conference will contribute in strengthening the role in supporting natural tourism growth. This will align with institutes. This will align the institute with key national priorities such as sustainable development, cultural preservation, and economic empowerment. Moreover, this platform will engage IAA with government bodies, NGO, private sector, tourism stakeholders to contribute to discussion and practices initiatives aimed at growing this sector. May I take this opportunity to extend my gratitude to our wadau from the ministry, such as TANAPA, Ngorongoro, TAWA, TFOS, and many more. In closing, guest of honor, I would like to thank Rethinking Tourism Africa for partnering with us to organize this event, and to all participants for your invaluable contribution. Also, many thanks to Melia for being our host by giving this amazing venue and premises. So let's keep pushing tourism as an instrument for economic stability, a channel for understanding, and most importantly, a force for peace. Thank you very much and good morning. Na wasalimu kwa ajili ya Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. May I take this opportunity to welcome Dr. Marcel to have a short words with us. Please, sir, if you may.
Thank you. Honorable Deputy Minister, Mr. Kitandula, Rector of the Arusha Institute for Accountancy, Professor Sodoyeka, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Heri ya sikukuu ya utalii duniani. Happy World Tourism Day. As you all know, or most of you know, I think it was also mentioned yesterday, 27th of September is always the world celebrated as World Tourism Day. And the day has been selected because it is the day that back in 1970, the statutes of our organization, World Tourism Organization at that time, and recently renamed into UN Tourism, the statutes were approved on that day in 1970. It's the day that our organization was established, and 10 years later it was decided this is going to be the day that every year we celebrate the importance of tourism, its contribution to economic growth, to sustainable development, and the overall beauty of tourism. So in a way, we can say 27th of September is our happy birthday. It's the happy birthday of all of us working in this beautiful tourism sector. So congratulations for that. And what we do at UN Tourism, every year we select another team that we pay attention to during World Tourism Day. There's also always a host country where all the international events take place. Last year, for example, it was in Saudi Arabia. The theme was tourism and green investments. This year, the international host is the country of Georgia. The theme is tourism and peace. And what is a very good development, many countries also celebrate World Tourism Day with national events. And what we also really appreciate, staff of our organization get often invited to countries they have close contacts with to also attend these national events. And I'm very glad that this initiative also has been taken up here by the organizers in Arusha since last year to organize World Tourism Day here in Arusha, here in the center of tourism of Tanzania. And I'm also glad that being someone who's been on and off in Tanzania since 1989, I get invitations every year to represent our organization at this wonderful event. So as mentioned, this year the theme of World Tourism Day is Tourism and Peace. And now if someone can help me to move to the next slide. Is there someone from the organizers? I'm pressing this button. But this is not my presentation. We'll move to another presentation. I wouldn't dare, no. Oh, sorry. My presentation was in there. If you move down, you see maybe mine. Oh, there's nothing that's not here. Can you check here? Yeah, you closed my presentation. Is it still there? No, you closed mine, which was on the screen. My name is Massa Leijzen. It was on the screen. Do I put it on the screen? It's this one. It starts like this. This one, yeah. Now it works. Sorry for this short delay. What I was telling, this year, the theme of World Tourism Day is Tourism and Peace. And already ahead of World Tourism Day, we've sent out many messages through our social media about the important relation between tourism and peace. And what I just would like to start my presentation with is sharing some of these messages with you to see how many different relationships there are between these two very important themes. First of all, a message that we sent out was that an estimated total number of 285 million tourists traveled internationally in the first 3 months of 2024. And these exchanges help to bridge cultural divides and promote mutual understanding among different communities. And there have been many figures mentioned already yesterday in the presentations about the importance of tourism worldwide. Tourism was at a maximum of 1.5 billion international arrivals in 2015, prior to the pandemic. Then there was a severe drop, but this year, with this figure, we're already back at 96% of the pre-pandemic figures. And what is very good about the developments in Africa, you already 7% higher than the pre-pandemic figures. And I think what I heard from Tanzania, you're even performing better. You can see it everywhere that tourism is up and running, is a booming sector again. Another message is that tourism creates 10% of the world's jobs. In this way, reducing poverty and inequality and fostering stable, peaceful communities globally. And that is what is needed as a basis for sustainable development, for peaceful development, giving people an income, making people optimistic, and reduce any risks for conflicts. Tourism also this way supports millions of people globally, promoting social inclusion, equality, and better living standards, which are all essential for lasting peace. And with 50% of the tourism workforce made up of youth, tourism empowers young people, creating opportunities for them that lead to peace and stability. And the last message, sustainable tourism protects our planet and promotes collaboration between communities, fostering mutual respect, creating mutual understanding, and contributing to long-term peace. And what I've been asked by the organizers at this conference is to present an overview of our activities of UN Tourism together with other development partners here in Tanzania, and in particular the work that we have done in the field of tourism and local economic development, which you show also from these messages, which has such a close relationship to building, to creating, to maintaining peace in destinations. And normally when I start these presentations, also when I start presentations about new projects, not only here in Tanzania, but anywhere in the world, I used to present this small photo there. Today I have a very good reason to include another larger photo. I will tell you later about that. This small photo, what I normally present then is, you may not recognize me anymore. It's when I came the first time to Tanzania in '89. Doing an internship for your ministry, the Ministry of Tourism and Natural Resources, to study how local people could benefit more from tourism. And I had the opportunity to live 1 month with the Maasai in Ngorongoro, to live 1 month with the porters and guides in Kilimanjaro area, and 1 month with the fishermen in Zanzibar. And we already started a few small pilot initiatives to see how local people could benefit from tourism, including here with the Maasai. This is basically a meeting where we launch this, where we give a little bit of training on how they can set up small community-based tourism projects. And the reason why I show this photo is not to show how adventurous or handsome I was when I was young, but to show the meaning, the essence of all our project activities, our capacity building activities. Because what we started here in the 90s, and we started it in many destinations over the country with different communities. Now, 25, 30 years later, it is still up and running. Many people in the country have benefit activities. It's generated income for generations almost. I know projects where at that time young boys were starting who are now old wazee, and their children are again working there in the tourism sector. And that is what we want to achieve with the projects that we do, creating long-term economic benefits for the local people and make sure there's long-term sustainability. It's not just a 1 or 2, 3 months or 3 years activity. No, it should really contribute to long-term sustainability. And I want to come to this larger photo now, where I have a special reason for including it on today's event here in Arusha. In the 90s, I worked very closely with Tanzania Tourist Board, developing community-based tourism activities, with Mary Luoga, who's the lady there at the left, who was the head of the tourism office of Tanzania Tourist Board here, who was very passionate about supporting all the communities with their cultural tourism initiatives. When she had finished with her assignment at the tourism office, she continued as the coordinator of the cultural tourism program in Tanzania. and she has been a very important player of tourism development here in Tanzania, helping so many communities also to benefit from tourism. I still had the chance, when I came back 2 years ago, to travel with her to one of the sites where we have developed a cultural tourism enterprise, Mtswambu, which is now, we started it in '95, it is still up and running. We were really pleasantly surprised to see, even in 2022 with the challenges of the pandemic, how successful they were doing, how many young guides were getting an income from it, how many linkages they had established with local communities. When Mary heard that I was back, she was very keen to join for that mission. I also saw her last year here when she was at this conference on World Tourism Day, and Mary sadly passed away on the 31st of July. And I think it's a great miss for the tourism sector here in Arusha, but I would like to pay tribute to the very good work she's been doing over decades to support tourism development in Arusha in Tanzania, and especially to support the local communities to benefit more from tourism. We need many more Marys. I know there are many Marys here in Tanzania. There are many people working on that, but she was really an example of that. One of the most recent activities we've done for the ministry and for the Tanzania Association of Tour Operators is the development of an integrated tourism and local economic strategy for Tanzania, local economic development strategy, to establish this link between tourism and enhancing the local economic impact of its activities. We collaborated also with UNDP on it. They funded this exercise, and it has been a 2-year process to come up with a very detailed strategy. We started in March with 2022 with a kick-off consultation meeting, also with Tato, to make sure that the private sector was also actively supporting this initiative. In April 2022, we started with field research and interviews, and we expanded that by doing baseline surveys with an expert team of a national tourism consultancy company here in Tanzania and Dar es Salaam, Talanta, and we did surveys in all the 4 main circuits: the Northern Circuit, the Southern Circuit, the Eastern Circuit, and the Western Circuit. We presented the first draft just the day after World Tourism Day last year, on the 28th of September 2023. We had a stakeholder consultation workshop then, and based on the feedback we received, we completed a strategy and officially submitted it to the ministry and to Tato in the beginning of this year. And in the strategy, here in the Northern Circuit, making sure that you introduce renewable energy sources where necessary, and protecting the environment, especially around your natural attractions. We have recommendations related to the importance of empowerment of women. Women make up Women make up often more than 50% of the workforce in the tourism sector, but give them a chance also to grow into more senior positions, have more women in managerial positions in the tourism sector, building their capacities for it, and also supporting them to start and develop small and medium tourism enterprises. And therefore, we also have to invest in capacity building, which is the next recommendation. And the last recommendation, but that is because we started this project back in 2022, take mitigating measures to reduce the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. Fortunately, I think that is something we have already achieved in Tanzania, but still we can learn lessons from it. Let's hope there won't come any crisis anymore in the near future, but in case anything happens, you need to be prepared. There should also be good crisis management protocols in place. This is all elaborated further in a strategy of more than 120 pages, with also strategic recommendations for each of the 4 circuits. In the Northern Circuit, the main issue is that there are concerns about the congestion and about environmental concerns, and that it can lead to deterioration of the wilderness, also of the wildlife viewing experience. And in addition to that, it seems local communities have still a relatively low level of awareness on how to benefit from tourism, and more capacity building needs to be done on that. So as key actions, it is proposed to promote high-value tourism in the Northern Circuit, create micro, small and medium enterprises and business linkages with larger tour operators and larger hotels, and create awareness for the local communities to tap the potential in the tourism business circuit. In the Southern Circuit, the main issue is right now the low level of marketing of the beautiful resources, the beautiful attractions you have there, and therefore a relatively low number of tourists moving there. So as key actions, it was proposed to accelerate the implementation of the Southern Tourism Circuit marketing strategy, and also to involve local communities in tourism conservation and support the development of cultural tourism enterprises and intensify the whole marketing of the area. For the Western Circuit, the area around Kigoma and Gombestein National Park, a main challenge is the poor accessibility and the lack of infrastructure in that area, and also the lack of quality hotels and limited destination marketing. And for this circuit, key actions proposed are to promote investments in the circuit to strengthen the tourism infrastructure, build the capacity of tourism operators who are active there, and establish a destination management organization to support local awareness of the tourism potential in the area and to coordinate the actions of the key tourism players in that circuit. And then the last, the Eastern Circuit, the part at the coast together with the beautiful Usambara Mountains. The main issue here is the lack of essential infrastructure also to improve the access, and weak linkages with agriculture, I think also with fisheries, and a relatively low level of skills and experience of the human resources there in the tourism sector. And as key actions, the recommendations focus on providing essential infrastructure in that area, especially roads and electricity, support local residents to access tourism jobs by providing training to them, and often vocational training sessions of 2-3 weeks can already make a major impact. And I really would like to encourage the tourism training institutes in the country to start developing such type of vocational training that they can easily help rolling out to such destinations. We've developed a methodology for that called high impact tourism training, and I've already been brainstorming with some of the representatives of the tourism training institutes if that is also something that can be introduced here in Tanzania. We've worked on it with tourism stakeholders, with the National College of Tourism in the Gambia, for example, and also more recently in East Timor. And the last recommendation for the Eastern Circuit was to stimulate also investments in hotels, restaurants, and maybe even food carts in that area. So the strategy, to come up with some tangible ideas, it included a list of proposed pilot projects. Some pilot projects at national level. Local communities are better integrated in the local tourism supply chain. Local communities are better integrated in the local tourism supply chain. Community tourism guidelines and accreditation system to drive increased community participation in and benefit from tourism around Ruaha National Park. I think Ruaha is one of your hidden gems in Tanzania, where you can still attract a much larger number of tourists to, and we have to already create the basic conditions for the communities also to benefit from this tourism growth, but I'm quite confident of that will also happen in Rwanda, in Rwanda, yeah. And to conduct capacity building of local communities to produce and market indigenous arts and crafts as a vehicle for cultural tourism development in the Iringa region was another pilot project that we proposed. Then in the Eastern Circuit, we proposed a pilot project to develop a Made in Bagamoyo competition and certification scheme to preserve and enhance local cultural heritage and stimulate creativity in Bagamoyo. And also another project to launch a local nature and culture guide training and certification program for the fishing community in Sadani village. There we noticed that local people were hardly involved in the tourism development in Sadani National Park. Where all guides who had been trained here in the Northern Circuit were now working there, and there's a good opportunity to also build capacity among local people that they can be involved in guiding tourists around in that area. And then for the Western Circuit, two proposed projects are on establishing a destination management organization in Kigoma and on building a youth business center around the Dr. Livingstone's heritage site in Ujiji to help enhance local economic impact in those two areas. And apart from these pilot projects that we have already circulated among some donors and that we try to receive funding for, we can really use this strategy now with any project proposal that we prepare to show donors, look, this proposal on helping to enhance local economic impact from tourism in a certain destination in the country is really in line with the policy from both the government and the private sector to make sure that tourism contributes more to local economic development in the country. And just to give an example, before the pandemic we had submitted a proposal in collaboration with Tanzania Tourist Board and the Ministry on tourism development in the Usambara Mountains. We had submitted this proposal to the donor. Then it was not approved. Now we resubmitted it to the same donor, including this reference to this new national strategy on tourism and local economic development, showing how well it relates to this strategy and showing the commitment that both the ministry and the private sector have to address this important topic, and it was immediately approved, the project. So one of the things I'm also planning here to do is making further arrangements with the stakeholders that we can now launch that new project soon in the Usambara Mountains. And I hope this strategy can just motivate all stakeholders in the tourism sector to take more of these type of initiatives that local people will get enhanced benefits from tourism development in the country. On this project I really wanted to zoom in because it's a relatively new project that we've been doing, but just to give you a broader overview of what we have been doing as UN Tourism with development partners in the past decades, I would say, in Tanzania, is I will show you just a few of our other projects. Basically since 1995 to 2012, and that was in the beginning of the period that I had the honor to collaborate with Mary Lewoka on it, we started the Cultural Tourism Program, also with support from the Netherlands Development Organization, SNV. And between 2009 and 2014, Tanzania was one of the beneficiary countries in a coastal tourism project for Africa that we developed together with UNEP and UNIDO, and where we came up with recommendations for collaborative actions for sustainable tourism in coastal areas in Africa, with Bagamoyo as the pilot destination here in Tanzania. Just in a nutshell, the results for the Cultural Tourism Program, prior to the pandemic, there were 86 cultural tourism enterprises receiving over 50,000 tourists a year. So it was quite an important product in the country. I know some of these cultural tourism enterprises have really suffered because of the pandemic. Others are still up and running. We have prepared a proposal, both with Tanzania Tourist Board and with the National Tourism College, to really try to revive the cultural tourism program. And I hope that can become a new project to implement here in the country. Then in 2020, during the pandemic, we were approached by UNDP and also the Ministry of Tourism of Zanzibar to give some advice that was really needed at that period to build the resilience for tourism recovery in Zanzibar. And we feel that the mission for the curriculum review of the tourism training institutes in Zanzibar, and we also carried out a rapid assessment and capacity building workshop on tourism and local economic development in Zanzibar. In 2022, again, together with UNDP and also with our affiliate member, TATO, we provided training on digital tourism here to members of TATO. So we organized 7 webinars on topics as web development and positioning, e-commerce and social media. We had a total of 76 participants, and we delivered 5 online and on-site courses on topics as online marketing tools, online events creation and sales optimization. And also in 2022, we developed a tourism investment guide together with the ministry, together with the Tanzania Investment Center, and also with the Zanzibar Investment Promotion. And I really hope that can serve as a key document to attract new investors to the country. We also presented jointly that investment guide at a regional forum on rebuilding Africa's tourism resilience for inclusive socio-economic development, which took place here in Arusha in October 2022. That is just, in short, an overview of what we have been doing and what is the important relation between tourism and peace, especially if tourism can make such an important contribution to local economic development. I would like to tell you Asanteni at the end, and I would like to just say the beautiful words that people always said in the 90s when I was here working in Tanzania, when they were closing presentations. It was always, Mungu ibariki Afrika, tubariki watoto wa Tanzania. Asanteni.
Asante sana. Thank you very much, Dr. Marcel Leiser. Now I'd like to invite Professor Sideweka on the pod.
Thank you very much, Dr. Leiser, but his laser has a J. May I take this opportunity to welcome Honorable Abdi Fattah Mohammed Mukhtar, all the way from State of Somalia. He's the Minister of Information, Culture and Tourism of Jubaland, State of Somalia. Welcome, sir. May I also take this opportunity now to welcome our Deputy Minister to deliver his speech. Please, sir, if you may.
Tukae. Professor Sedoyeka, Rector IAA, Dr. Marcel from UNWTO, Honorable Abdel Fattah Mohammed from Jubaland, State of Somalia, distinguished guests, government officials present here, members of press, all protocol observed. Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great honor and immense pleasure that I stand before you today in the beauty city of Arusha as we gather here to commemorate World Tourism Day in this year 2024. This day is not just a celebration of the vibrant and diverse world tourism. It is a reminder of vital role that this sector plays in our economy, our culture, and in our environment. So as we celebrate and commemorate this day, the immense achievement, it is crucial to acknowledge the profound impact that tourism has on our prosperity. Tourism, ladies and gentlemen, is one of the key pillars of our economy. It contributes approximately 17% of our national GDP, creating a ripple effect that touches every facet of our economy. Through the creation of 1.6 million direct and indirect jobs, tourism serves as a beacon of hope and source of livelihood for communities and families. Moreover, it generates 25% of our foreign exchange earning and underscoring its significance in bolstering our national economy. Ladies and gentlemen, as we celebrate the achievement of our tourism sector, it is essential to acknowledge the effort of Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, in advancing tourism sector in our country. Her commitment is evident through initiatives such as Royal Tours and the film Amazing Tanzania, which significantly contribute to promoting Tanzania tourism on a global stage. Ladies and gentlemen, according to UN Tourism Barometer published in January 2024, it shows that Tanzania had a record-breaking 1.8 million tourists, a remarkable 24.3% increase from previous year. Additionally, tourism receipts reached an all-time high of $3.4 billion. These statistics underscore the resilience and growth of our tourism sector. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to acknowledge the event organizers for their hard work and commitment in bringing people together to celebrate the world beauty and diversity in this country, hence emphasizing tourism's importance. The government appreciates the importance and impact of such event on tourism sector and pledge ongoing support to the private sector efforts in promoting tourism. Allow me also to extend a warm welcome to our esteemed international delegates who have traveled from afar to join us today in Arusha. Your presence here underscores the strong bonds and the friendship of cooperation that bind us together, and we are deeply grateful for your participation in this particular occasion. Ladies and gentlemen, The theme chosen this year is tourism and peace. This theme emphasized the vital link between tourism and peace and highlights the ability of tourism to unite people, encourage mutual understanding, and contribute to global harmony. So let us harness the power of tourism to advance peace and prosperity for all. Ladies and gentlemen, Tanzania is a country rich in natural resources, cultural attraction, and stunning beaches, both in mainland and Zanzibar. These features provide numerous investment opportunities in the tourism industry and offer unforgettable experiences to visitors. Tanzania is committed to conservation, with 6 of the 25 world biodiversity hotspots within its borders. Approximately 44% of the country's total land area is protected, including national parks, game reserves, and marine parks, and this demonstrates Tanzania's dedication to preserving its natural heritage for the future generation. Ladies and gentlemen, our journey continues. Therefore, it is crucial to keep pushing the boundaries of innovation, discovering new methods to conserve our valuable natural resources, and guaranteeing that tourism remains sustainable, responsible, and inclusive industry. Let us work together to combine our effort to create a future where tourism acts as a positive influence, benefiting everyone involved. Our shared objective should be to protect our environment, celebrate and conserve our diverse cultural heritage, promote responsible travel that respects and enriches the places we explore. Ladies and gentlemen, the government warmly invites all interested parties to explore the various tourism investment opportunities often in Tanzania. The tourism sector in Tanzania presents opportunities for investment in accommodation facilities along the protected areas and urban hotels, as well as development of beach tourism, including establishment and enhancement of beach resorts. Additionally, there are opportunities for expanding leisure and recreation services and establishing conference tourism in our country. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to all those who have worked tirelessly to promote and develop our tourism sector. Your dedication and passion are what makes Tanzania a premier tourist destination. Together, let us continue to build a tourism industry that is sustainable, inclusive, and source of pride for all Tanzanians. Thank you for your attention, and let us celebrate the beauty of our country and the promise of sustainable future tourism. May this Tourism Day motivate us to discover, connect, and appreciate the beauty of our world. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Dastan Kitandula, for opening our ceremony. And for now, I would like to invite Michael Ruggiero from United States of America to share with us the presentation titled Beyond the Wildy Hollywood Perspective, Beyond the Wildy and Hollywood Perspective. Welcome, Michael Ruggiero.
Thank you, thank you. So the first thing I'd like to do is have everybody stand. Please stand and stretch. It's a long day and you need to stretch. Asante. Oh, while you're standing, everyone say, Happy World Tourism Day. Happy World Tourism Day. And I say that for my friend myself. Welcome to the Wings Over Tanzania. We are bringing Hollywood to Tanzania. We are very excited about this. My journey began random meeting with Dr. Kijazi of TANAPA. He was former head of TANAPA. And he said to me something very curious. He said, you know, no one knows. There's many people need to know where the Serengeti is and where Kilimanjaro is. Apparently there was this confusion between where the Kilimanjaro was. And I said, well, why don't you advertise? And he said, well, it's very expensive, and we don't have the budget. And I said, well, why don't you make a documentary? And he said, will you do that? And I said, yes. And that's why I'm here. So we actually helped with his Royal Tour. Now think about that. The Royal Tour has been promoted, and it is working. But that's just television. What we plan to do is bring this film to every giant screen theater in the world. That means this film will be seen in every IMAX and giant screen theater. The screens are, can you imagine this? The screens are 8 stories high. Can you imagine what Tanzania will look like 8 stories high? So it's a film, and it's about a story. It's not a tourism film, but it is, really. Because when people see the majesty and see the wonderful sights of this beautiful country, they will want to come. As a matter of fact, we are predicting that this film will bring into America, and bring into Tanzania, 1 to maybe 3 to 5 million new tourists over a period of time. The economic impact will be billions of dollars into this economy. Billions of dollars that will be, as we've heard for days, for a couple of days now, bring jobs and bring a wonderful opportunity for many in this country. But before I get into the story, let me tell you a little bit about myself. I'm from Philadelphia. Does everybody know where Philadelphia is? Yes. Okay. You know, the city of Philadelphia spends millions and millions of dollars promoting Philadelphia tourism. And you know what the people come in here to see? Rocky. They want to climb those steps. They want to go up to the Museum of Art. They want to do this on the thing. That brings people into the city. There's a reason why I say this, because this is going to tie into what the whole theme of Lights, Camera, Action in the Wings Over Tanzania. This is my 8th grade picture. See that guy with the circle? That's me. And if anybody had told me then that I would be in front of this austere, beautiful group of people and a very distinguished, honorable deputy minister and guests and ladies and gentlemen, I would have said to them, you're crazy. So I will tell you about the story. Back in 1930, 31, there was a couple from Kansas who decided to learn how to fly and to learn how to take cinematography. And they flew all over Africa. And I'll show you the flight paths in a minute. And what they learned by flying all over was that people in the United States were hungry for these beautiful pictures that they had never seen before. They would take these photos and pictures and they would send them to American theaters, and the American theaters would show them as trailers. They were advertised, by the way, by Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola was there then. Coca-Cola, we hope, is here now with us. We have a very interesting angle on this, because in 1930, like what Marcel was saying, empowering women, in 1930, Osa Johnson was not, she's a woman who, her friend was Amelia Earhart, but nobody knew, nobody really gave women a chance then. And here she was with a pilot and with a camera and flying all over Africa, being an explorer, an adventurer, and we praise her for that. And we are saying that this film will show over a course of almost 100 years how women have progressed from the 1930s to today. The flying safaris. You see the map. This is their flight path. So you see it touches a lot of countries. So it's not just a story about Tanzania. It is, Wings Over Tanzania is a story about Tanzania. But every country has the opportunity to find a story in your country that you can tell on film, and then have that film distributed around the world. Now, Royal Tour was television, but this will be eventually on television. It'll be in theaters, it'll be streaming, it'll be on cable, it'll be on broadcast television, they'll be able to see it on airplanes. It will reach 6 billion people. Now, I hope this works. Let's see if this is working. Okay. Uh-oh. Help. Wait a minute. Here we go. It's not coming up on the screen. What do I do? Help. Do I need to put this on the sharing screen? Okay. Aren't you glad I made you stretch now? Wonderful. I want to thank Haley Jackson, my partner. We're done. Yeah, we're done with that. Get back to the PowerPoint. I want to thank Haley Jackson. Now, my partner is phenomenal. She put that together for you. You can see this. You can see that trailer on YouTube. Just type in Wings Over Tanzania, and you're ready to go again. So, you get. Yeah. There we go. So how do we do full screen on this? Anyhow, so she was assistant director to James Cameron. Now, if you don't know who James Cameron is, you do now. He is Avatar, Titanic, Terminator. He was the director of all those films. She was his assistant director on all his documentaries. And I really am so appreciative of her being my partner, because I'm the business guy. I'm not really the technical guy. She is wonderful. We were here back in 2020. We already started our filming. We were sponsored by Lockheed Martin because they also own Sikorsky aircraft. And the original Osa and Martin Johnson used Sikorsky airplanes. We now have replicas of those airplanes. One airplane is dressed like a giraffe. One airplane is dressed like a zebra. And we have those planes, and we're going to replicate this film that they did. We have 1 million feet of the original film, which is very important because it will give science an opportunity to compare what was there almost 100 years ago to what is there today. Climate change and other things that are happening in Tanzania. Uh-oh. Now, it's 100 years later. We have the ability to compare the two films. we have the same aircraft. But really, the theme of our film is hope, ignite hope. There's so much hope in this country. The people, the business. Like I said, this film will bring in millions of new tourists, will generate billions of new dollars into this economy. And we hope that everyone will be proud of what we do for the country and for the people. There will be over 8 billion impressions, and that's just in theaters. That doesn't count television. And you know something too, when we get this film together and done, we'll be promoting it. We'll be promoting it on TV stations, newspapers, magazines all over the world. We are going to take Tanzania and bring it to the world and tell it with a story, not a tourism film. People have seen tourism films, and they know it's a sales opportunity and marketing opportunity. This film is like a Trojan horse. It tells a beautiful story, and it will cover enough of the national parks. And we've promised to Napa that we would not only look at the northern parks, but also cover the southern parks, because not many people know how many beautiful parks are in the South. There's over 25 parks in this country that are ready and able for people to come and visit. And we're going to promote every single one of them in this film. So I want to also let you know that this film is not like a television show that just disappears after a couple of years. This will be in science, it will be in IMAX, it'll be all over the world for at least 20 years. So 20 years from today, people will still be seeing this film. They'll be in schools, they'll be in academic circles, and I would gladly make a presentation to the UN on this film. I dedicate this film to you. This is passion. We've been at this for 6 years now. We are dedicated to bring this film to the world, and we are so excited about the opportunities. This is our team, and we have the best Hollywood has, the best camera people. We have people from National Geographic working with us, and we're fortunate because we have friends here. I see many friends in the audience who know how to do this, know how to make documentaries, that will be helping us. We will be bringing a lot of local people into this film. As a matter of fact, I'd like to introduce you to Emil. Are you here? Emil, there he is, Emil right here. Emil was one of our interns back in 2020 when we were filming in Tanzania in many of the national parks. He was an intern, and now he has his own video business. And we plan on doing that more and more. Every time we're out here filming, we will be bringing local people into our operation, and we will train them. We will go to schools, we will teach. We love giving, that's what filmmakers do. They love to give information to people. And boy, I'll tell you, we have a lot of information. And we can't wait for this time when we can actually premiere this film. By the way, the film will be premiered in Tanzania. We will have movie stars, we'll have lights, we'll have everything, just like Hollywood. We will bring Hollywood to Tanzania, and you will all be proud. You'll be happy, and people all over the world will see it, and all know about Tanzania. Now, hopefully I can answer any questions. By the way, again, I have some flash drives with the whole presentation on there. If you're interested, you come see me up here. But you can't see that if you go YouTube and you type in Wings Over Tanzania. Take my card. I have plenty of cards up here. And I want to thank everyone, all the organizers, especially having such distinguished guests, honorable people here. I have, like I said in that film, if they had told me that I would be up here talking to these wonderful people and addressing the deputy minister, I would tell them they're crazy. But we're here, we're going to do it, and we're dedicated to do it. In fact, there is we have 1 million feet of the original film. And that film is in the National Archives in Washington, D.C., and also in the Safari Museum in Chanute, Kansas. And those people, the Conrad who runs that museum, would love to see you if you come to the States and you go to Kansas, you go to Chanute, Kansas, and visit the Safari Museum, which is completely dedicated to Osa and Martin Johnson. That's where they met, and they fell in love. And she said, how can we be together? And he says, you learn how to fly, you learn how to take pictures, and we will fly all over Africa, and we will make history. And now we're going to repeat that, and hopefully make history again. Thank you, everyone. If there's any questions, I'd love to answer them. Don't be shy.
Thank you very much. Dr. Ruggiero, you may sit there.
Yes, and
you may sit there to receive some questions. Also, Dr. Olemako, you may sit there. Okay. The Dr. Olemako has some guiding question, and also will invite a member of the floor to give him some question based on the presentation of Mr. Ruggiero.
he actually said my name right.
Hello, good morning once again. I'm Dr. Teresa Olemako, and I'll be the moderator for this session. And thank you so much, Mr. Michael Ruggiero. Okay, so I think it was an interesting session, and I'll just summarize our dialogue, and then we can invite the floor to give us comments and any questions. So thank you for this theme, Beyond the World, Hollywood Perspective, Wings Over Tanzania, and your journey from Cape Town, South Africa to Cairo, which you said it's over 5 years, and this film, the film is expected to be viewed by 6 billion people. Yeah, and we are really excited to see that you bring the Hollywood to this country in Tanzania, especially in promoting tourism and the African wildlife. This film is also saying the viewers will be about 8 billion, yeah, and 260 million viewers worldwide. So it's a long-term promotion value over 20 years. But my observation, Mr. Michael, was this was done in Hollywood, and now you are coming to promote it in Tanzania and also promote tourism in Tanzania. And I was trying to reflect. We have institution like Institute of Accountants, which is hosting this event. We do filming as well. How do you support us, like trying to promote international collaboration to help our local institute also to perform issues like filming industry in the wildlife and tourism? Yeah.
Thank you. We will bring our cameras everywhere in the country. We will definitely highlight all the beautiful things in this country. There will be no negativity, no controversy, just beauty wrapped around a wonderful story. And that's what we're taking to this film. And it will keep people's interest because it's a story. It's a good story. It's history. And then as I'm here talking to people here, there's a lot more history that we need to look at. So we're not going to just stop here. We'd like to do a film in Zanzibar. We are also involved in the Miracle Children of Tanzania, in a film that we made here. I'm the writer. So that's what I do. I love people. I've been very fortunate and blessed in my life. I'm sitting here because of a random meeting with Dr. Kajazi. I wouldn't be here if that meeting didn't happen. So I'm blessed. And I want to pass that blessing to all of you into the country.
Also, another thing we wanted to know, since we are trying to promote this film on tourism in Tanzania, is it possible also can be aired in our national television like TBC and the like?
I mean, the purpose here is not only for the world to see it, but for the people from Tanzania to be proud of the film that we make and to learn a little history about Osa and Martin Johnson. You know, Osa, her good friend was Amelia Earhart. So this was a time when women needed to be discovered and see the things that they do. That's why I think Coca-Cola would be interested in following along, because they were there at the beginning. And now that there is much more woman empowerment, which I'm very happy to see, they can claim that they were there from the beginning, in this, at least in this film.
And what do you tell, because we have young people here and we believe that tourism creates job, creates income. What do you inspire them for tourism industry as far as filming is concerned?
Well, our main mission is to make money for the country. It will really improve conditions, it will make jobs, hundreds of jobs. Businesses will thrive over what we do. And I was glad to see that after the pandemic, which by the way, we had already started filming back in 2020, when we got a notice from the Secretary of State in the United States that we had to get back because of COVID. So we had 48 hours to get back or plan on staying here indefinitely. Indefinitely is a long time. So we thought, well, we better get back. And we caught the last plane out of Kilimanjaro. It's almost like a story in itself. But we got home, and fortunately, you know, it always drove me crazy because here we were, and probably in the safest place in the world. We're in the middle of all the you know, wonderful wildlife and whatnot, and they asked us to go back to the United States where it wasn't safe. But we did, we had to. But I think that this film will make a difference. I'm not alone on this. Many in the, especially in TANAPA, believe that this will bring in billions of dollars, this film, billions of dollars of new revenue. And one of the things we're going to do too, as part of our thank you for the country, is to provide 40 minutes of film for you to use in your own tourism films or whatever you need to do. But we think telling a story like this, Osa and Martin Johnson, is really a key to bringing tourism in, because people will be engrossed. It'll be an 80-minute film, and they will sit there and they will learn this story. And it's also a scientific expedition, because scientists will love to see what was like 100 years ago and what it's like today. And there's so many things that they'll be able to judge out of that. But the bottom line is, we love this country, and there is so much hope in this country. What the ministry and what TANAPA and others have done to maintain the animal population and get rid of these poachers is phenomenal. I can't thank them enough.
The importance of filming African wildlife and tourism, sometimes in future?
I would be honored.
Thank you. So I was just trying to discuss the Wings of Tanzania. This is a beautiful film, as you watched over here. And now I would like to welcome members from the floor. If you have any questions, comments, this is the opportunity. Please use it. And since Mr. Michael, you agreed that if we invite you, you'll come to our Institute of Accountants because we have a course on filming, journalism and communication, and that will be the golden opportunity for our students to learn from the founder of ATV Broadcasting. Yeah.
Right. My background is very much into the entertainment business, but ATV Broadcast, where we worked for broadcast television stations, 42 years we've been in business. And our main job was to take broadcast television signals and negotiate with cable television, satellite television, to get them on their systems. And because of that, we were involved in so many good things. For example, I was personally involved with home and garden television, and the first 14 million homes in home and garden was because of me. We also have the NBC Universal Sports was because of our group. Latino Television, which is LATV. So suddenly we became not only a negotiator between broadcasters and cable operators, but between broadcasters and networks. So and we also, then we have another company called Perennial Pictures. And Perennial Pictures is an animation studio. We've produced over 14 animated television specials that are played all over the world. And we actually did even a film, a feature film that went direct to video. And you can see all these films on Amazon Prime, on Peacock, and other avenues, streaming avenues. I would love to bring these films to Tanzania. I think the children here would love them. It's not, these films, we don't to find out more information, grab my card, let me know what you need to know about my life or the animation or this film, and I'll be glad to spend time in answering every one of your questions.
So I think it's time we invite the members from the floor, and we would like also to say thank you to Tanzania National Parks, Mr. Kijazi, who was the Director General by then, at least to bring that opportunity. And then we have the film now, which will promote the tourism in this country, but also we want also to inspire the youth on how they can benefit from their own resources, create jobs, create income, but at the same time make sure that we protect these resources for the present and future generation to come. So, MC, please.
Okay, we'll take 3 straight questions, and then we'll see if time allows, we'll proceed again.
Don't be shy.
Okay.
Thank you very much. No, I'm not shy. Thank you. Thank you for this presentation. You have brought exactly the worry that I had in mind concerning Tanzania and increasing the level of tourists and making Tanzania as a big tourist destination. This is a very beautiful initiative for promoting Tanzania. You are talking about a documentary that you are updating from something that took place in pictures since 1935, and you're going to do it for now on. We have done in my country, Algeria, by the way, thank you very much for being here, Honorable Assembly. With Balozi in my country, we do a lot of promotion, roadshow, we encourage a lot of things about Tanzania. But that, Michael, is absolutely the response in terms of promotion. Tanzania is like the most beautiful lady in the world. She's Miss World. But if Miss World, if not promoted, if she doesn't have the frame that promotes her, we'll just see a beautiful lady walking around and then we'll just go back to our business. But promotion is #1 for Tanzania. And that generous initiative from yourself is absolutely great, and that's what we expect. My question technically is, this is going to be, I'm a filmmaker, so I know what that means. It's going to be a big industrial initiative here. So there will be a lot of jobs around. Have you planned, have you done anything about training, or at least vocational training, for those who are going to work for you here? Thank you.
Okay, the first question. Second question?
That's part of our goal, is to get more local people involved with us, because we can train. And I'm making myself available to the schools and anybody who is interested in me addressing classes, tell them what's going on in the world of media, not just here, but in the United States. After 42 years of being in the business, I think I have a lot to share.
Thank you.
My question is all about voluntary or involuntary migration, forced migration. One of the things we identified from the documentary is the presence of the local communities. Now, my question is, what is your take when it comes to migration of the local communities in terms of diminishing or growing tourism?
Yesterday, 2 days ago, I was greeted by a gentleman who took me to a mission, STEM mission, and I saw the need for a lot of economy in this country. When I go back to Indiana, after what I've seen in this trip, I'm going to go to people and I'm going to personally raise money to help these children in these camps. The STEM mission feeds 5,000 kids a day. Their schoolrooms, their schoolhouses need repair. I would happen to be fortunate to be there on the day that they opened up one of the new schoolrooms that were contributed by a group in Iowa. And I think I can raise money to build more schools. Imagine this, the kindergarten building is crumbling. You can't have kids in that building when they're crumbling. Can't have it. We're going to change that. I'm making it a personal mission, not just to do the film, but to make sure that the economy and money flows everywhere in all the communities.
So if there are no more questions, the last one, what is your key takeaway message to the audience? The key message, takeaway message to the audience.
Well, the key message is make sure you have your popcorn ready. Make sure you go to the theater when this comes out. Make sure you talk to everybody you know, whether here or around the world, that this film is coming. We expect the film to be done and in the theaters in 2026. It'll take that long to do it. And we're raising the funds. We got some very good information today. And we're looking for sponsors, and I think I have a good handle on Coca-Cola. I'm going right after Coke because they need to be here. They were here with Osa and Martin 100 years ago. They need to be here now. Oh, the message, you can do anything if your mind puts you there. You know, I once took this course, and the course was, what's the secret? What's the secret of being? You are what you think you are. If you think you are great, you can be great. You could be anything you want, and that's the message. Take it from a kid from South Philadelphia that is sitting here today promoting film and books that I've written and things like that. So you can do whatever you want to do. Don't let time waste. You can be whatever you want to be.
Thank you so much, Mr. Michael. So you can be what you think you can be. It's possible. So thank you so much, and that's the end of our session.
Applause. Okay, thank you very much,
Michael Ruggiero and Madame Teresia Elemaco. For now, what follows is the high table will stand up and go to the exhibitions to try to see what is going on there. And other will remain here for presentations. And the next presentation is on taxi and tourism. Will be presented the
Watazamaji wa ITV, bado tuko kwenye maadhimisho ya siku ya utalii duniani hapa katika ukumbi wa Green Melia Arusha, na tumeweza kusikia session ya kwanza ambapo tumemsikia mgeni rasmi ameshazungumza tayari, lakini pia mkuu wa chuo cha uhasibu Arusha pamoja na wale wote ambao walikuwa wameandaliwa kwa ajili ya kupresent mada zao tofauti tofauti. Kinachoendelea kwa sasa ni high table, meza kuu ikiongozwa na mgeni rasmi wa siku nzima ya leo, naibu waziri wa maliasili na utalii, mkuu wa chuo cha uhasibu Arusha pamoja na wengine wageni wengine mbalimbali kuelekea katika exhibition, maonesho yale ya watu ambao wamekuja kuyaonyesha hapa katika maadhimisho ya siku ya utalii duniani. Na baada ya hapo tutaendelea kukupa utaratibu au ratiba ambayo itaweza kuendelea hapa ndani, na chochote ambacho kinaendelea unatupata live kabisa kupitia YouTube channel ya chuo cha uhasibu Arusha, IAA Tanzania, IAA TZ, lakini pia IAA Media. Tunaendelea kukupa kila kitu ambacho kinaendelea katika maadhimisho haya ya siku ya utalii duniani. Namuona mkuu wa chuo cha uhasibu Arusha akiwa na mheshimiwa waziri, naibu waziri, wakiwa wanazungumza mawili matatu kuhakikisha kwamba anamsogeza sasa kuelekea sehemu ya exhibition, yani maonesho ya vitu mbalimbali vinavyohusiana na masuala mazima ya maliasili na utalii. Tunafahamu kwamba kuna taasisi mbalimbali ambazo zimefika hapa kwa ajili ya kuonyesha vitu mbalimbali ili kueka ile dhima husika kabisa ya siku ya utalii duniani. Niendelee kukumbusha kwamba tuko hapa mpaka majira ya saa 10, ndo saa 9:30 kuelekea saa 10 ndo hafla hii itaweza kutamatika. Namuona mkuu wa chuo cha uhasibu Arusha akiwa anaandamana sasa na mheshimiwa naibu waziri kwa maliasili na utalii na viongozi wengine mbalimbali wakiwa wanaelekea kwenye exhibition kwa ajili ya kuhakikisha kwamba kila kitu kinaweza kwenda sawa. Endelea kuwa nasi. Mtazamaji wa IATV, kama nilivyokujuza, kwa sasa mgeni rasmi Mheshimiwa Dastan Kitandula, naibu waziri wa maliasili na utalii, ameambatana na mkuu wa chuo cha uhasibu Arusha Profesa Selemani Sedoeka kwa ajili ya kukagua baadhi ya taasisi mbalimbali zilizoleta vitu kwa ajili ya kuwaonesha watu ule uhalisia wa kile ambacho tunakizungumza. Tunafahamu kwamba ni siku ya utalii duniani, na kwa sasa tunaona anaelekea katika taasisi mbalimbali kwa ajili ya ukaguzi na kuangalia vitu ambavyo vimeweza kuonyeshwa kwa siku nzima ya leo. Tunafahamu kuna taasisi mbalimbali ziko hapa, Rethinking Tourism Africa, lakini naona pia Go Digital wako hapa, ndugu zetu wa Ngorongoro pia wako hapa. Namuona sasa Mheshimiwa naibu waziri anaelekea katika sehemu nyingine hapa, anaendelea kwenye kukagua vile vitu ambavyo vinaonyeshwa hapa kwa siku nzima ya leo. Anaendelea kukagua, anazungumza nao na kuangalia vile vitu ambavyo vimeweza kuletwa hapa kwa siku nzima ya leo. Nikukumbushe tu mgeni rasmi huyo naibu waziri wa maliasili na utalii Mheshimiwa Dastan Kitandula ndio yuko hapa. Namuona mkuu wa chuo cha uhasibu Arusha pia Profesa Selemani Sedoeka yuko naye kuhakikisha kwamba kila kitu kinaweza kwenda sawa. Nikukumbusha tu kwamba tupo katika hoteli ya Green Melia hapa, na ni maadhimisho ya siku ya utalii duniani. Chuo cha uhasibu Arusha IAA kwa kushirikiana na Rethinking Tourism Africa ndo watu ambao wameandaa shughuli hii au event hii kuhakikisha kwamba kila kitu kinaweza kwenda sawa. Naona hapa mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi anakutana na watu wengine ambao wameandaa vitu mbalimbali, na anakagua hapa kuhakikisha anaangalia kile kitu ambacho kimeandaliwa kwa siku nzima ya hii leo. Naona waandishi wa habari pia wako hapa kuhakikisha kwamba wanafahamu nini hasa ambacho kinaweza kuendelea. Mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi yuko bado anaendelea kutembelea mabanda haya kuhakikisha anafahamu nini ambacho kinaweza kuendelea hapa, lakini naona pia amefika katika moja ya hoteli. Tunafahamu pia hoteli ni moja kati ya sehemu ambazo watalii wakifika Tanzania, nchi yoyote lazima wafike kuhakikisha kwamba wanafahamu hasa ni vitu gani ambavyo vinapatikana pale kwa ajili ya malazi, kupumzika na kuendelea kufanya utalii kwa nchi yetu ya Tanzania. Naona baadhi ya mabanda bado wanaendelea kumpokea mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi Mheshimiwa Kitandula hapa, na anazungumza nao kwa ajili ya kuhakikisha kwamba nini hasa wamekileta leo katika maadhimisho ya siku ya utalii duniani. Lakini pale mwanzo nilikujulisha kuwa sekta ya utalii ni sekta muhimu kwa sababu tunafahamu utalii ni kichocheo kikubwa sana cha maendeleo ya uchumi kwa nchi yetu ya Tanzania, lakini na dunia kwa ujumla. Lakini pia utalii unazalisha ajira, utalii pia unaitambulisha nchi ya Tanzania na nchi nyingine yoyote ambayo inafanya masuala mazima ya utalii. Lakini pia nilimsikia mheshimiwa naibu waziri Mheshimiwa Kitandula akizungumzia swala zima la kwamba serikali ya Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania bado inaendelea kuwakaribisha aidha kama ni wadau mbalimbali wa sekta ya utalii, wawekezaji na watu wengine ambao wanaweza kuhakikisha wanakuja Tanzania ili kuweza kuendeleza sekta ya utalii, na ndio kitu ambacho amekizungumza kwa siku nzima ya leo. Na tunafahamu pia kwa nchi ya Tanzania tuna vivutio mbalimbali, tuna mbuga za wanyama, lakini pia tuna hifadhi tofauti ambazo tunazitumia, lakini pia kuna sehemu nyingine tofauti ndani ya mikoa ya Tanzania ambapo yanawakilisha sekta nzima ya utalii. Lakini pia jiji la Arusha ni moja kati ya majiji makubwa Tanzania ambayo yana vivutio vingi zaidi vya utalii. Namuona mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi anapewa zawadi hapa na baadhi ya watu ambao wamefika hapa kwa ajili ya kuonesha vitu mbalimbali. Mtazamaji, endelea tu kuwa na sisi, na kama nilivyokujuza kupitia YouTube channel ya chuo cha uhasibu Arusha, yani IAA TZ, tuko live kabisa, lakini pia IAA Media TZ, yani tunakuletea tukio hili mubashara kabisa kupitia YouTube channel zetu pamoja na mitandao yetu mingine ya kijamii kuhakikisha kwamba kila kitu kinaweza kwenda sawa. Namuona mgeni rasmi hapa anaendelea kupokea zawadi ambazo anakabidhiwa hapa ndani ya ukumbi wa Green Melia kutokana na kile kinachoendelea hapa. Na nawaona baadhi ya watu ambao wameshiriki wanafurahi kumuona mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi, naibu waziri wa maliasili na utalii mheshimiwa Dastan Kitandula akiwa anapita kwenye mabanda yao. Naona yupo katika banda la ni moja kati ya banda ambalo liko hapa. Naona ni pasta huyu mchungaji anazungumza na mgeni rasmi na kumuelezea kile kitu ambacho wamekuja nacho. Hawa wanatengeneza kahawa hawa. Na tunajua coffee ni moja kati ya kitu ambacho watu wengi wanapendelea. Kama wewe ni mnywaji wa kahawa pia utakuwa unaelewa kile kitu ambacho tunakizungumza hapa. Naona anaendelea kupewa maelekezo namna gani ambavyo process hizi zinafanyika, na pia kahawa au vitu vyote ambavyo wamevileta hapa vinaweza vikawanufaisha vipi watu mbalimbali ambao wanakuwa wako hapa. Bado mgeni rasmi anaendelea kutembelea mabanda tofauti tofauti na anaendelea kupewa elimu au kupewa maelekezo namna ambavyo watu wanafanya kazi na vitu ambavyo vimeandaliwa hapa katika ukumbi wa Green Melia, hoteli ya Green Melia iliyoko hapa jijini Arusha. Naona Ize Ota pia ni moja kati ya kampuni ambayo iko hapa na mgeni rasmi ameshafika mezani kwao na anapewa maelezo. Hii ni moja kati ya kampuni ya masuala mazima ya utalii. Mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi anaelezewa hapa na anaendelea kupata maelekezo namna gani ambavyo wanafanya kazi na kila kitu na kinaweza kuendelea. Mimi nikukumbushe tu pia kupitia mitandao yetu ya kijamii YouTube, IAA Tanzania, IAA TZ tuko live kabisa, lakini pia na mitandao yetu mingine ya kijamii. Lakini IAA Media, IAA TV tuko hapa pia kuhakikisha tunakuletea tukio hili mubashara kabisa, kila kitu kiweze kwenda sawa. Naona Kili Villa wako hapa pia. Naona ndo mgeni rasmi kukua anakabidhiwa zawadi hapa, anakabidhiwa vitambulisho au moja kati ya nakala ambazo zina maelezo ya taasisi ambayo amefika hapa na kuhakikisha kwamba anaweza kuendelea. Mimi nikujuze tu, endelea kuwa na sisi, endelea kuwa karibu ya IAA Tanzania, YouTube na mitandao mingine ya kijamii, IAA Media Tanzania pia. Tuko live kuhakikisha kwamba matukio yote yanayoendelea katika siku ya utalii duniani tunakuletea mubashara kabisa na kila kitu kinaweza kwenda sawa. Mimi nikusihi tu, endelea kuwa na sisi kwa sababu tumeamua na tumedhamiria kabisa kukuletea matukio yote live yanayoendelea hapa katika hoteli ya Green Melia jijini Arusha. Lakini niendelee kukufahamisha pia tarehe 27 ya mwezi wa 9 kila mwaka ndo huwa ni maadhimisho ya siku ya utalii duniani, na tunafahamu utalii ni moja kati ya sekta ambayo ina mchango mkubwa sana katika masuala mazima ya kukuza uchumi wa Tanzania. Lakini ni mnukuu mgeni rasmi pia katika hotuba yake ametuambia kwamba sekta ya utalii ni sekta ambayo inaingiza 25% ya fedha za kigeni kwa nchi yetu ya Tanzania. Kwa hiyo tunaona namna gani ambavyo nchi yetu ya Tanzania inaendelea kupata 1% kubwa ya fedha za kigeni kutokana na vivutio mbalimbali ambavyo tuko navyo hapa Tanzania. Namuona mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi Dastan Kitandula anapewa maelekezo hapa na moja ya taasisi, lakini pia namuona viongozi wengine mbalimbali ambao wako hapa wakiwa na mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi. Namuona kwa sasa ameandamana na Public Relation Officer wa chuo cha uhasibu Arusha, Sara Goroi, naye yuko hapa pia, anahakikisha mgeni rasmi anapita kila sehemu kuhakikisha kwamba kila kitu kinaweza kwenda sawa. Kwa hiyo mtazamaji, endelea kuwa na sisi na naamini utaendelea kuenjoy na kupata kila kitu ambacho kinaendelea hapa. Bado mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi anaendelea kupata maelekezo, anaendelea kupata maelezo ya namna ambavyo watu wanafanya kazi zao ili kuhakikisha pia uchumi wa Tanzania unaweza kwenda vizuri kabisa. Na mimi nikujuze tu tuko hapa kuanzia siku ya jana ambapo tulikuwa na kongamano la kuelekea siku ya utalii duniani na tuliweza kuona vitu mbalimbali vizuri ambavyo viliweza kuendelea. Lakini ukifika hapa katika ukumbi wa Green Melia maonyesho haya yanapofanyika unaweza ukaingia na hamna kiingilio chochote, unafika unafika unaulizia tu sehemu ambapo maadhimisho ya siku ya utalii duniani ambayo yameandaliwa na chuo cha uhasibu Arusha IAA kwa kushirikiana na Rethinking Tourism Africa. Lakini nikukumbushe pia chuo cha uhasibu Arusha kina kozi mbalimbali, na moja kati ya kozi ambazo tunazitoa ni pamoja na Bachelor Degree in Tourism and Hospitality Management. Manake ni kozi ambayo ni ya kimkakati na inatolewa na chuo cha uhasibu Arusha. Ukifika unaweza ukapata maelekezo, na kipindi hichi ndo usajili unaendelea. Kwa hiyo ni namna gani ambavyo unaweza ukapata kozi hii ya kimkakati kabisa ili kuweza kuendelea kufahamu utalii wa Tanzania na uwe mmoja wapo kati ya watu ambao wanahakikisha pia nchi yetu ya Tanzania inaendelea kuwa bora zaidi katika masuala mazima ya utalii. Mimi nikujuze tu kwamba IAA TV tuko hapa, lakini pia kuna vyombo vingine mbalimbali vya habari vinaendelea kuhakikisha kwamba kila kitu kinaweza kwenda sawa. Tuko live kabisa hapo YouTube. Unaweza ka subscribe, lakini ukaendelea kutufuatilia kwa ajili ya kuendelea kulipata tukio hili la siku ya utalii duniani. Kinachoendelea kwa sasa ukumbini huku bado speeches zinaendelea kutolewa, mada mbalimbali zinaendelea kuwasilishwa, lakini mgeni rasmi Mheshimiwa Naibu Waziri pamoja na mkuu wa chuo cha uhasibu Arusha na viongozi wengine wanaendelea kukagua baadhi ya vitu ambavyo viko hapa, kuhakikisha kwamba wanaangalia namna gani ambavyo wadau mbalimbali wameendelea kuijali sekta ya utalii. Tunaona pia anaendelea kupokea baadhi ya nakala, zawadi kutoka kwa taasisi mbalimbali ambazo zimeshiriki maadhimisho ya siku ya utalii duniani. Tunaona yuko the worldwide pia wako hapa, wanaendelea kumuonyesha mgeni rasmi, na kwa sasa mgeni rasmi anasogea katika sehemu nyingine mbalimbali ili kuhakikisha kwamba anajiridhisha kutokana na vile vitu ambavyo vimeweza kuandaliwa kwa siku nzima ya leo. Endelea tu kuwa na sisi kuhakikisha kwamba unaendelea kupata kila kitu kinachoendelea hapa katika ukumbi wa Grand Melia jijini Arusha, na naamini kabisa kwamba hakuna mtu atakuwa tofauti na mimi kwamba utalii umekuwa ni kitovu pia cha kukuza uchumi wa Tanzania, na ndio kitu ambacho tunakionyesha hapa katika hoteli ya Grand Melia. Bado tunaendelea kukuonyesha nini ambacho kinaendelea kwa sasa, na kwa sasa mgeni rasmi anaenda kuzungumza na waandishi wa habari kuhakikisha kwamba kila kitu kinaweza kwenda sawa. Endelea kuwa nasi.
Sekta ya utalii kupoteza watalii wengi, lakini baada ya jitihada kubwa zilizofanyika ndani ya nchi yetu zikiongozwa na Mheshimiwa Rais tumeona
us to bear, as well as peace. But again, there's a recent scenario in Zanzibar.
Wa chini kabisa naye aweze kunufaika na mafanikio tunayoyapata kwenye sekta ya utalii. Kama mnavyofahamu, duniani kuna vivutio karibu 25 vinavyotambulika kimataifa. Lakini katika hivyo 5 mpaka 6 viko katika nchi yetu. Kwa hiyo hii inaonyesha jinsi ambavyo nchi yetu imejizatiti katika uhifadhi sio tu wa nchi yetu lakini kimataifa. Kama mnavyofahamu vile vile karibu 40% ya ardhi ya nchi yetu ni maeneo yaliyohifadhiwa kwa ajili ya vizazi vya sasa na kizazi kijacho, na tunataka kuendelea kuhakikisha tunaendelea kutunza vyanzo hivi ili viweze kuifaidia taifa letu. Nyinyi wote mnafahamu kwamba kwenye hivyo vyanzo vilivyohifadhiwa vya misitu ndiko ambapo mito yote mikubwa inayotiririsha maji katika nchi yetu viko huko. Kwa hiyo tuna wajibu mkubwa wa kuhakikisha vyanzo hivi vinahifadhiwa, vinatunzwa ili viendelee kunufaisha nchi yetu. 25% ya fedha za kigeni zinatokana na sekta hii. Kwa hiyo kwa vyovyote vile ni sekta ambayo ina umuhimu mkubwa kwa ukuaji wa uchumi wa nchi yetu. Nafahamu 15% ya pato la taifa letu linatokana na sekta hii ya utalii. Kwa hiyo sekta ya utalii kwa kweli ni sekta muhimu sana kwa watu wetu, lakini kwa taifa letu na uchumi wa taifa letu kwa ujumla. Nitumie fursa hii kuwapongeza sana wenzetu wa chuo cha uhasibu Arusha kwa kuona umuhimu wa wao kulichukua jukumu hili la kusherehekea na kukutana kusherehekea siku ya utalii duniani, ambayo kupitia mijadala wanayoendelea kuiendesha katika kipindi hiki inaendelea kutufungulia milango ya ujenzi wa maarifa mapya, milango ya kulifanya taifa likaona jinsi ambavyo tunaweza kushirikiana na mataifa mengine katika kukuza sekta yetu ya utalii. Tunao wenzetu ambao wamekuwa wakishirikiana na sisi WTO na wametuma maksusi mwakilishi wao kwa mara ya pili. Hii inaonyesha jinsi ambavyo wenzetu wako tayari kushirikiana na sisi, na inaonyesha vile vile kwamba wanatambua jitihada tunazozifanya katika kukuza sekta ya utalii. Kwa hiyo nitoe rai kwa Watanzania wote, tuendelee kushiriki kwenye kuikuza sekta hii, tuendelee kuhakikisha kwamba tunaweka mazingira mazuri yatakayovutia wawekezaji zaidi waje kuwekeza katika nchi yetu. Bado tuna uhitaji mkubwa sana wa vyumba vya kulala wageni katika nchi yetu, sababu ongezeko la watalii kila inavyoitwa leo linaendelea kuwa kubwa. Tunaongoza sasa Afrika kwa jinsi ambavyo tunapata watalii wengi katika mwaka mmoja kuendelea mwaka. Rai yangu na nyinyi kwa watu wa vyombo vya habari, endeleeni kupigia chapuo sekta hii ili tuweze kukuza uchumi wetu.
Tuna 2025 haiko manifesto imeweka wazi mapato ya zaidi ya dola bilioni 6 na watalii zaidi ya milioni 5. Hili lengo linaweza kufikiwa, na kama ndiyo, mipango gani ambayo inawekwa zaidi kuongeza hili?
Kama nilivyosema, mwaka jana tayari tumefikia bilioni 3 na nukta kadhaa. Kwa hiyo unaona jinsi ambavyo kasi ya kufikia lengo hayo kwenda vizuri. Ni imani yetu kwa lengo hilo tutalifika, na inawezekana kabisa tutalipita. Mipango iliyopo katika kuhakikisha tunafungua bado zilikuwa hazifahamiki kiutalii. Ukanda wa kusini kuna kazi kubwa inafanyika. Kazi kubwa inafanyika sasa hivi katika kuhakikisha tunaboresha miundombinu ya viwanja vya ndege, tunaboresha miundombinu ya barabara. Imani yetu ni kwamba kwa jitihada zinazofanyika na utangazaji mkubwa unaofanyika, basi tutafikia lengo hilo bila wasiwasi wowote. Tayari tumeona soko la Brazil limeanza kufunguka kwa kasi kubwa. Tunaona soko la Asia, China, India linafunguka. Masoko yetu yale ya kimkakati, Marekani, Europe na yenyewe yanachangia vizuri, lakini hata utalii wa ndani na wenyewe umekuwa na mwitikio mkubwa sana. Kwa hiyo tunaamini kabisa kwamba tutalifikia lengo hilo.
Mwisho kwangu, tishio ni nini katika sekta licha ya mafanikio ambayo umeainisha?
Mabadiliko ya tabia nchi. Mabadiliko ya tabia nchi ni tishio kubwa ambalo tusipoenda nalo vizuri linaweza kuhatarisha rasilimali hii tulionayo, misitu yetu, mbuga zetu. Kwa hiyo kama nchi lazima tufanye kile linalowezekana kuweza kuhakikisha tunapambana, tunawekeza ili kudhibiti kasi ya mabadiliko ya tabia nchi.
Asante sana.
Mheshimiwa, kwamba swala la malazi, lakini nataka kujua kama wizara inafanya kuhakikisha kwamba maeneo ya malazi yanakuwepo, hususan kwa Arusha ambao ni kitovu cha utalii.
Tumeanza kufanya mawasiliano na wawekezaji kadhaa, na kama unavyokumbuka miezi miwili au mitatu tulikuwa na kongamano kubwa sana la uwekezaji hapa Arusha. Tuliwaita watu walioko kwenye sekta hii kuwaonyesha fursa ambazo zipo katika sekta ya utalii. World tourism na kwenye ingineko tunaamini kabisa tutapata wawekezaji wa kutosha kuja kuwekeza katika.
Asante sana.
Profesa Federica kidogo pige maneno. Mic yangu. Hiyo mic profesa. Hii nadhani ndio ngeanza.
Kina faculty 5, vitivo vitano. Kitivo kimoja wapo ni kitivo cha Humanities and Social Sciences ambacho kinatengwa au tourism. Sasa faculty na department yake kwa kushirikiana na wadau hususan Rethink Tourism ndio imeandaa ili kongamano ambao linaitwa Arusha International Tourism Conference and Expo ambao lilianza mwaka jana na litaendelea kufanyika kila mwaka na linafanyika siku ya utalii duniani. Na katika kongamano hili tunaleta wanazuoni na wadau mbalimbali kudiscuss muktadha mzima wa sekta ya utalii kuanzia masomo, tafiti na hasa hususan katika soko. Sasa sisi kama wadau kwa kuzingatia kwamba katika utalii, unajua katika biashara ya utalii kinachouzwa pale ni ile experience. Kwa mtu akija akiondoka atoke na experience nzuri. Ndio maana utashangaa kuna mtu mwingine akienda kula kwa mantilie na akala na hoteli nyingine kubwa afa akasifia kule, pamoja na kwamba alipa kidogo zaidi ni alivyoondoka alikuwa anajisikiaje. Kwa kikubwa tunauza experience. Sasa kwenye kufanya hivyo rasilimali watu ni swala muhimu sana. Sasa sisi kama chuo tumetengeneza mtaala wa degree wa utalii ambapo tunawafundisha watu kwa vitendo jinsi ya kuhudumia sekta hii, kuanzia kupokea wageni mpaka uendeshaji wa ile sekta. Kwa sababu ni ya degree, kwa wanajifunza vitu miaka mitatu, kuanzia kusafisha floor, kupika mpaka kuandaa matukio. Sasa huu mtaala tunaita wanagenzi kwa Kiswahili au apprenticeship kwa Kizungu. Ni mtaala ambao unataka kumjenga mtaalamu au professional kwa kumjengea ubobezi au competence, lakini kwa kumwezesha yeye kufanya vitu fulani na hivi aweze kuvijua kwa maana ya skills fulani zinajifunza kwa kufanya task. Na hii tunampeleka kwenye hoteli. Kwa hata familia tunao vijana wetu ukienda Mount Meru, hoteli zote kubwa paka mbugani kule ni vijana wanakwenda. Kwa hiyo wanapoanza wanaanzia chuo semester moja, baada ya hapo wanakwenda kwenye industry miezi 7, wanarudi chuo tena kidogo wanakwenda kwenye industry. Kwa asilimia kubwa muda mwingi wanakuwa nao kazini na wanafundishwa na kupimwa na wataalamu walioko makazini. Kwa tunategemea kwamba vijana hawa sasa watakapoingia katika soko sasa kama wataalamu watakwenda kujazia nafasi ya rasilimali watu. Ukipita katika maeneo mengi utakuta kwamba wanaohudumia ni Watanzania, lakini supervisors wao na manager sio Watanzania. Hiyo ni tafiti ilifanyika na Profesa Iniesta, na moja kati ya sababu ni hiyo ya kutokuwa na wabobezi katika sekta hiyo. Kwa tumeamua sisi kutengeneza hiyo kozi ya degree, na tunaamini vijana hawa sasa watakwenda kushika nafasi mbalimbali za sekta.
Safi sana Prof. Mna swali jingine? Amesema rais vizuri sana.
Maji wa ITV, na kwa sasa kinachoendelea ni baadhi ya wadau wanaendelea kuwasilisha mada zao, lakini nikujuze tu kwamba mgeni rasmi Mheshimiwa Dastan Kitandula, naibu waziri wa maliasili na utalii, ameshamaliza ambacho amekifanya na kwa sasa anaondoka kuelekea kwenye majukumu mengine, lakini bado tunaendelea kuwa hapa ndani ya hoteli ya Green Melia kwa ajili ya kuendelea kuziangalia mada nyingine ambazo zinawasilishwa na wadau mbalimbali. Mimi nikwambia tuendelea kwa na sisi kwa sababu maadhimisho ya siku ya utalii duniani bado yanaendelea, na nimekuambia tutakuwa hapa mpaka majira ya saa 10 jioni, ndio kila kitu kitakuwa kimetamatika. Kwa hiyo endelea kwa na sisi, mada mbalimbali zinaendelea kuwasilishwa hapa ndani kuhakikisha kwamba watu wote waliohudhuria na wewe unayetufuatilia unaendelea kupata mubashara kabisa kile kitu ambacho kinaendelea. Nikujuze tu kwamba kupitia ukurasa wa YouTube wa IAA TZ, yani IAA Tanzania, chuo cha uhasibu Arusha, unaweza kutupata live kabisa, lakini pia IAA Media, IAA TV tunaendelea kukupatia kila kitu ambacho kinaendelea hapa kupitia mitandao yetu ya kijamii. Ni maadhimisho ya siku ya utalii duniani ambayo yanaadhimishwa kila siku ya tarehe 27 mwezi Septemba, na mwaka huu 2024 chuo cha uhasibu Arusha kwa kushirikiana na Rethinking Tourism Africa wameandaa hafla, na imekuwa ni desturi sasa kwa chuo cha uhasibu Arusha kuhakikisha kwamba kila mwaka maadhimisho haya yanaweza kufanyika. Na kama umemsikiliza mkuu wa chuo cha uhasibu Arusha Profesa Elemani Sedoweka kwenye speech yake ambaye ameizungumza kwa siku nzima ya leo, ametujuza kwamba chuo cha uhasibu Arusha katika mitaala yake ambayo inatoa tuna bachelor degree ya Tourism and Hospitality Management. Kwa hiyo ni kitu ambacho ni kizuri. Endelea kutufuatilia, endelea kuangalia kila kitu ambacho kinaendelea hapa ndani.
Which in mainland and Zanzibar. So this is important and would be a quick win if can be considered sooner than later. Ensuring policy stability, as I've explained, issue of air charter service. This will give comfort to the investors who are intending to come and invest. As it was pointed out in the report of World Bank that we are not doing enough in terms of investing in the sector. So policy stability will be one of the key issues to be addressed. Also, reduction of the taxes, for example, employment taxes, that should also be considered with a view of increased marketing competitiveness. And the issue of 1/3 deposit requirement, I've explained in the challenge. You know, when you go to the appeal, the amount for your appeal to be accepted in the tax court is just 50,000. So why are we not imposing reasonable amount in terms of the objections to be admitted by the Revenue Authority? So this is an issue that has to be considered as well. I understand the TATO and other business entities have been really trying to lobby with the government, so I think we need a bit of push with a view of explaining more and more and how it's affecting the business with a view of addressing this challenge. And late payment interest, as I've explained, which is compounding to cover the period under dispute. I think generally this provision is a bad law. And probably the best recommendation would be this has to be removed from the law and let the dispute mechanism takes its charge without being interfered by the accruing of the interest on late payment. The issue of agent's notice, this should not be as soon as you get an assessment, your demand not let us close the bank account or let us attach the bank account and collect. It should be the issue of last resort, as in you have tried to collect, you have made several reminders and this taxpayers has not been cooperative, then the agent's notice can be applied. But you can't, it's not fair to apply this at the onset of the dispute. Another important issue is on the recommendations for the audits, is that instead of having a number of audits, then these should be conducted jointly. It's very important because you leave room for the business to concentrate in running the business operation rather than handling the disputes with the revenue authority or handling the audits, because if you don't give them attention in terms of explaining or providing the information, that may result in high assessment and may be timely consuming and very expensive to close. So my conclusion, basically, we all agree that taxation plays very crucial role in shaping the development of Tanzania tourism, because we see direct impact on overall business environment, investment attraction, and competitiveness in the global market. And we all appreciate and agree that the government has made commendable efforts in
on the chair, and also Madam, when I want to sit there, I'm going to receive a question and give more clarification.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Promising, it was reminding, it was informing, it was to the right way that we should be going. I really noted a lot of issues from your presentation regarding the economic view of tourism, of Tanzania, particularly in tourism, the economic challenges that we are facing, the government efforts in ensuring that we come to the point whereby we improve our economy through investment and taxation in tourism, and eventually you made some calling recommendations. Now it is our time to discuss, but before we go to the members of the floor, I have some issues that we need to clear doubt about the presentation that we have made. You have talked about the crucial role. Then somebody will say, does it mean there are crucial roles and there are no crucial roles when it comes to taxation in tourism? What are these roles that are not crucial? I'm trying to echo the word crucial. Do we have the roles that are not crucial when it comes to taxation in tourism investment?
Thank you for the question. In my presentation, when I say the crucial role for taxation in tourism, I don't mean there are also other roles which are not crucial. The stress on taxation is that first, you find taxation is something that is in the law. You have to comply by virtue of the tax laws. And I think in Tanzania we have the laws governing taxation is probably 14, if I'm not mistaken, 14 pieces of legislation. So this, in this instance, it shows that it's very crucial. And again, why crucial? It's because when you failing to comply with the tax laws or the taxation rules and procedures, you'll be subjected to very high penalties. And sometimes even the law says sometimes even is imprisonment. So, and another issue is that looking at the taxation angle of it is that we look at what the tourism contribute to the government in terms of revenue that they get from the tax. So this is the reason why I'm saying it's a very crucial, but I'm not ignoring other other non-tax issues as they are not crucial. Thank you.
You have really addressed the two issues, taxation and investment. Now, are these two issues one-way traffic or two-way traffic? In other words, which ones leads to the other? Taxation leading to investment in tourism, or investment leading to taxation in tourism?
I think for these ones, they interlink. You can't say taxation leads to investment or investment leads to taxation. Yeah. All I'm saying is there should be a balance between investment and the taxation. For example, if you are not having stability in terms of your taxation, today you're saying the rate should be this, tomorrow you're saying I'm increasing the rate, the following year you're saying I'm abolishing maybe exemption, the other year you're saying, okay, I'm restating the taxation of a certain issue, then that there will be no stability. And on that particular instance, it will affect the investment. But again, investment, it doesn't look at taxation on its own. It's also looking at even other factors. For example, the taxation can be very good. You're looking at it, taxation is very good. Tax laws are quite friendly. Maybe the tax rates are quite very low. For example, we see in Mauritius, it's a tax haven. The laws are quite low. But what if there's no peace? If there's no peace, investment will definitely be affected. So in my view, I would say other people will consider coming to invest in Tanzania, although there are tax challenges, but the fact that there's a political stability, you see, still people will come. But again, it doesn't take away the fact that there are tax challenges that needs to be addressed. So on that matter, these two are dependent on each other.
So, in the way of responding to the next question, I would like you to give the way forward, whether the government efforts, the private sector efforts should be singing always about investment for us to go for taxation, or we should be always singing for taxation for more investment. I would like you to graduate this way forward when you are answering the following question. We are talking of peace in this World Tourism Day. Yet sometimes in Tanzania and other developing countries, we would see some people running away when the entities, when the agents for taxation come around looking for the payment of taxes. What is the way forward? And I know PwC is a very renowned organization. What is the experience about it?
Okay. in my view, fine. You may find entities, there are people running away, but in Tanzania, it's very rare to see that. At least in the clients that I haven't seen that happening, because you know the way taxation system is structured in Tanzania. It's a bit, I would say, it's a bit friendly, or it's on a coordination between the revenue authorities and the taxpayers. So when they issue, for example, they come for the audit, it's not immediately when they come and they issue the assessment. There are stages. They'll issue audit findings, of which will be given a reasonable number of days to respond, you know, and after that, you are allowed to sit down with them, explaining, discussing, providing more information, and then to an extent when it reached the point of issuing an assessment, maybe to situations where you've agreed to disagree. And that's when also now the law comes in, which is giving you a window to pursue dispute resolution mechanism, which can escalate up to the Court of Appeal. So honestly, though there are entities of which they run away, as what you're saying, but I wouldn't say it's an ideal way to resolve the dispute, because if you know you have been compliant, you know, and the system is self-assessment, fine, errors can be here and there, but why not being there to justify or to clarify what you have done and be safe, rather than you run away. At the end of the day, the assessment will definitely come in anyway, because if it will be, the assessment will be issued and you are not there to give explanation or to pursue dispute, you'll have to pay at the end of the day. Maybe it's an amount that you are not supposed to pay, but the fact that you didn't give them the cooperation, you'll end up paying anyway. Right. In terms of a way forward, all I have to say is investment, it's good. It's good to invest, but taxation as it is cannot be considered as a loan. You know, there are also other factors. You see, that's why even in the theme of this event, we speak of tourism and peace. We can't bring tourists here if we would be fighting. Tourists cannot come here. Remember, during COVID, the sector was heavily affected. No one was coming here. People waiting to be sick, or with people afraid to be sick. So really, these are supposed to go together. So that's my takeaway.
Thank you very much, Pamela, for your even responses. Now we go back to the participants, members of the floor. If you have a comment, a question, a suggestion, it's your high time to raise it. Just raise up your hand and I can see you to identify the... Yes, I have two hands in the midst. Provide the mic, please. We start with Dr. Teresia.
Thank you. Thank you, the presenter and the moderator, for the good presentation. My question is, you had a very valuable information on the tax and investment. Where can we get that education? Because we always see in the presentations, but I believe that most Tanzanians, business people, and many people who would want to have that valuable knowledge. What is your strategy to make sure that the lowest person in the community can access that in a very simple language and can help us to understand the business world, the investments, as well as how can we pay tax and how can we promote investment?
Thank you, Dr. Teresia. What are the strategies of PwC when it comes to the local people in understanding about taxation? Then maybe we take the second round, the second question, sorry. Provide the mic behind Dr. Teresia.
Thank you so much. My name is Daniel from Asante Tours. Thank you, Madam Pamela, for the presentation. I have just a question. you have talked about other countries. Even yesterday we saw the statistics. Other countries in Africa, their revenue per year, I mean, we are far from these countries. And actually, the reality is we have more attractions, more than them, but they are beating us in terms of revenue. And you have talked about Zanzibar. They are above us. You say is 7.2 per year. And what's in mainland, what the plan and strategies that you are going to help us. And our target is 6 billion up to 26. What's your plan for the tour operators, stakeholders in industry, I mean tourism industry, to reach this target, because it's cross-cutting industry?
Thank you very much. What are the plans? What are the strategies to reach out the expected 6 billion, I think, by 2025, 2026? Another one, the last for this round. Yes, karibu sana.
Asante. So I have almost 2 questions. One is, for instance, we have safari car and we cannot afford to pay a mechanic. We only use the mechanic when we need. Do we have to pay tax on that payment? One. The other question is, we have a sister company. Then they give us their car like 20% lower price than the market price. Is it fair? Is it fair for that?
Hopefully the question were very straightforward. Now it is your high time, Pamela, to respond the questions asked.
Thank you. For the first question, how can this knowledge reach the low-class people? All I can say first, as PwC, we have a strategy. We have PwC Academy, which is an online session that we do once in every month. And then also another strategy that we have in place is the tailor-made trainings for the different entities. But however, we have seminars. For example, you know, tax, the way it is, you need to be regular updated. The moment the budget is announced in the parliament, is going to touch all other tax laws. So we have this seminar, tax budget seminar, of which it's free for everyone to have an access. It's usually online, but we also do it here in Arusha physical and even Dar physical as well. But as part of our CSR initiatives, now we have an initiative to go to the education side. Apart from just donating to the hospitals, you know, we also do like going to the colleges. If there's a certain knowledge that they need, like tax knowledge, that also our experts can share that knowledge. So we have those initiatives. Those ones at this moment in time we don't have. Yeah, you're right.
Sorry to. I was very presentation. That's why I said not many people can reach the education online because they don't have laptops. But you can air them in the TBC, but also you can have school clubs, because we want the young generation to know this knowledge and to understand. But also, I don't know if you come to Sabasaba, Nane Nane.
Yeah, there are some exhibitions where we go.
We want to see you more in the public.
That's fine.
Thank you.
We will consider that. Thank you for that. Yes. Yeah, thank you. And in terms of the statistics, as you mentioned, the plan to reach a 6 billion target for mainland that is currently underway. First, as I explained, because to reach the target of 6 billion also, you need to have a good number of tourist arrivals. because if you have many who are coming, it's got an effect to the revenue that will be generated. And in that particular instance, their initiative in terms of tax law reforms have explained the issue of exemption on air charter services. There are also other tourist products which are already exempt as of now. And also there's this initiative in terms of improving infrastructure. We talk about exploring or marketing Southern Circuit more and more, or the coastal area like Kigoma more and more. But what have we done in terms of improving the infrastructure? So that's also an area that government has started to work on it. And I believe, coupled with measures in taxations, because Tanzania, we don't have any challenges in terms of political stability, that we are lucky on that. And so infrastructure development, more infrastructure development, stability in tax policies, and even providing more incentive to the sector, definitely we should be able to reach 6 billion. Right. You and you pay the mechanic, whether that is taxable. So looking at it, when you pay mechanic, there are two components. There's a labor and there's material cost. So the way the law is worded is that there should be withholding tax on professional services. Professional service, the key intention of the law was to consider professionals like lawyers, doctors or auditors. But the fact that there's a certain wording which is saying independent personnel, so even all other players like mechanics, as what you mentioned, the local food in the street, are also being considered to fall into that group. But what should be taxed is that withholding tax of which they're charging you 20% lower than the market price. So that one is not acceptable, because as I was explaining, we have transfer pricing. The transaction between related entities need to be done at arm's length. When I say arm's length, should be as if you are dealing with unrelated person. So 20% lower is not acceptable, and that may lead to an assessment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pamela, for the nice response. Before we go back to the program director, Kashmir, Tanzania Investment, and before EPZ, they have been a chorus known as One Stop Center. Tanzania Investment and the former EPZ were always singing about one chorus known as One Stop Center, which echoed on taxation and also ignite or catalyze investment. What is your general view of One Stop Center in Tanzania in facilitating, igniting, catalyzing the investment, then taxation?
Thank you. When you speak of one-stop center, is making sure that when these investors are coming, you're getting everything under one roof, as in assisting you in getting the licenses, assisting you in getting the tax incentives. Yeah. So this helps in investment because you don't need to go around, and because we understand going to register in this regulatory institution takes a number of days, and sometimes you can't apply for registration jointly. You have to apply one. Once you get this, then you can go to the other. So being under one-stop center helps to facilitate with that. That's one. And no one would want to move around different offices looking for licenses. But if you have one-stop center where it's facilitating you getting all that, then it helps you. First, it promotes, it attracts you more actually to come and invest. So then that's what we get under the TIC. And the EPZA, you know, looking at TIC and EPZA, they are different. So EPZA mainly it covers for exporters. It has to be companies who at least 80% of their products they are doing exports, but at least also promote investment.
A takeaway from Pamela is this: one-stop center ignites, speed up investment in Tanzania. Hands of applause to Pamela, and more hands again. More hands to her, please. She has been talking slowly but scholarly, philosophically, logically. Thank you very much, and God bless you. Thank you. Welcome, Program Director.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Pamela Saleh and Dr. Raphael Charles. Teresia.
You can hear me? Okay, I'm short, but I think you can see my face. All right, so good afternoon once again. So this is the presentation about, you can see the title there, Make Tourism Work for the Poor. So it's about community conservation initiatives, and this has been happening in most part of Africa since 1990s. And today I'm going to present you the case of wildlife management area, and this is ICONA. ICONA is the abbreviation of two words in Serengeti, Ikoma and Natambiso, and then they came up with the name ICONA. So it's situated in the Serengeti ecosystem. For those who have never been to wildlife, the area is in Serengeti. So you can see there, we want just to demonstrate how to promote peace through poverty alleviation. So quickly introduction, conservationists know about the fortress conservation, and this is about how protected areas were created in the past, especially the tourism areas we are seeing today in the national parks, game reserves, just for promoting tourism. So community conservation came about for the target to support the local people who are residing adjacent to protected areas. So quickly, for more than 3 decades, 30 years ago, community conservation has been promoting the concept of fortress as alternative to the fortress conservation, fences and fines. You all know that our protected areas are being protected by anti-poaching unit, where we have our rangers to protect the resources, but we thought also it is the responsibilities of the local communities also to protect these resources, and that's why we came with the idea of community conservation. That is an alternative to fortress conservation, using the fences and fines and the rangers to protect the elephants and all the resources we have in national parks, game reserve, and game controlled areas. Oh, sorry. So that is just, the idea of this presentation is for you to understand that we have like 3 or 4 major protected areas in the country and in Africa and beyond. We have national parks. I think everybody has been to the national park, yeah? How many have been to the national park? Any national park? All right. So I love Serengeti. I've been working in Tanzania national parks, and my favorite is Serengeti National Park. So in the national park, no consumptive use of resources. You just go there and watch animals, take pictures, but you don't take anything with you. The second category is game reserves, where we allow tourist hunting. Anybody have seen tourist hunting? Uwindaji wa kitalii. I think you have heard about it. So that is the second category. Then we have game controlled areas. Also we have the tourist hunting happening there. But now we have the concept of wildlife management areas. Land. The idea of having the wildlife management areas was to make sure that we contribute to the efforts of poverty alleviation in the country, because it was seen like tourism is only for foreigners. The revenue generated doesn't flow back to the community. So the Ministry of Natural Resources and Tourism worked very hard to make sure that how do we make the local people benefit from the tourism. Then it's when we came up with the idea of the wildlife management areas. So these are the areas which are just adjacent to the protected areas like Serengeti, but located within the village land. So the idea is to reduce poverty. We have a number of activities happening in the wildlife management areas. We have photographs, we have filming, we have these economic activities, and this presentation is going to demonstrate to you the project we had in Ikona WMA, which is beekeeping honey processing unit. This was the project which was supported by the Frankfurt Zoological Society with the Ikona Wildlife Management Area, and the idea was to train the locals on how to do the beekeeping activities, produce honey, sell it within the markets and also beyond the Tanzania markets. So you can see there in the picture, that's the beehive, for those who have never seen the beehive. Huo ndo mzinga wa kutengeneza asali kwa wale ambao hamjawahi kuona. And then for the Ikona Wildlife Management Area, this is the area which covers about 242.3 kilometer squares, and it was formed by communities from Robanda, Natambiso, Makunduchi, Pakinigoti, and Nyichoka. All these villages are in Serengeti National Park. Jamani, wote mmeshawahi kuona asali? Mzinga wa nyuki. Kwa hiyo hapa najaribu kuelezea, because I don't know, is anybody, sorry sir, do you speak Swahili? Kidogo. All right. So I'll keep mixing. So we are trying to explain here how we are promoting economic activities inside the village through WMAs. So this presentation is the case of honey processing unit in Ikona WMAs, which train the villagers on beekeeping activities. By the end, we were expecting to sell that honey and to get profit. But out of that, the idea was to create jobs and also to create income. So you can see there the beehives, which was supported in the wildlife management area, and this was supported, as I say, by the Frankfurt Zoological Society, and the funding came from the European Union. And the name of this project was the Tunza Serengeti brand and the honey processing unit to promote availability and production of high quality products, including honey and other bee products. So for those who have never been to Serengeti, that's the map. You can see there, this is Serengeti National Park, and these are the villages which form the WMAs, and you can see this green is the Ikona Wildlife Management Area. And the neighbors here bordering the Serengeti National Park, Grumet Game Reserve, for those who have been to Grumet, and the Koronko Game Reserve. So you can see the Ikona is a very important area which is surrounded by the major protected areas in Serengeti, Grumeti, and Korongo. So far, the investment costed about, I think the 400, I can see it here properly, about 494,819,325. So it's about 500 million which was invested in this project. So you can see this was supported by European Union, and it was a huge investment in the Ikona Wildlife Management Area. And the projection was to generate profit, and there was a projection for 5 years. As you can see there, we were expecting to see the sales in the first year like 157 million. Second year, at least we go to 200 million. Third year to 266 million. Fourth year, 346 million. And the fifth year, at least, we break even for 449 million. So that is what were the forecasts for the honey processing unit. And this is the value chain. Also, we expected the locals to benefit from the value chain. And you can see there we have the middlemen, who also, we have the primary people who are working in the beekeeping activities, but we also have people who are buying the honey to sell, the motorcycles, the vehicles, processing industry. All that is a value chain until it goes to the final consumer. I just wanted to show you how the value chain works. So the case for this presentation, I just wanted to present that with all the investment, still we are facing the challenges like the honey processing unit in that WMA is not working right now as we expected, with the lowest supply of honey products. We targeted all the tourist hotels in Serengeti should get the honey from this the honey processing unit from this WMA. But contrary to our expectations, the unit is not really delivering the supply as we are planning, and considering that we spent about 500 million to invest in that industry. And you can ask yourself why we are always trying to promote tourism and to insist that we need to create jobs, we need to create income, but this didn't work. Up to now, the factory is just like half operating, but the target with what we wanted to create for the youth and the entire community, was not reached. But also we have limited raw honey to feed the local industry. We don't have enough raw honey to feed the industry, so you find most of the time the unit is not even operating because of what is being produced by the locals is not enough, and also the target for poverty alleviation not reached, the jobs and the income. And also I wanted to show you, we have so many companies producing honey in the country, in our country, Tanzania, and especially in the areas where we have tourists. Honey is the product which is commonly used in teas, in cooking some dishes, but also it's a medicine. And this is a market share for the largest producers in the world. Like China is occupying 41% of as a producer in the world. Turkey is 6.9, Russia 5.0, Iran 5, and other countries including Tanzania, we are falling under 41.8. So you can see China alone is taking the big market share in the honey production. But now I was trying to see now with our local industries like Econa, Wildlife Management Areas, honey processing unit. How do we promote our local processing industry in the world market share? Because these are the opportunities to create jobs and also to create income for the youth and the entire community. So you can see where we stand. Even China, if they decide, they can be the producing honey for the whole world if they want. Okay, so just to wind up our presentation, because we wanted to see how can we use our resources to alleviate poverty, especially to the local communities living adjacent to protected areas. So our recommendation, we say that government and stakeholders should increase awareness on monitoring and evaluation on beehives. Still, we see that beekeeping is the potential activity to promote income, to create jobs. And also, we are facing now the issue of climate change. Climate variability is increasing, so we are also insisting on conservation agriculture, adaptation to climate change, training on beekeeping for climate adaptation, because in most dry areas you find even that honey production is not sufficient, because even the bees need to feed themselves in order to produce honey. They don't just produce honey, they have to drink water, they have to, they have their own flowers, and then they can come and produce the honey. Also for the Frankfurt Zoological Society, the government and other stakeholders to increase public awareness and train farmers on entrepreneurship skills and to ensure mindset change towards the beekeeping commercialization. And the dealers about the low quantity and quality, and other stakeholders should increase also awareness on the honey processing unit. So the idea here is you can make peace through poverty alleviation. And how do you alleviate poverty is to use our own existing resources, like the ecosystem we have in Serengeti, and promote activities like beekeeping, the one I was explaining, because there is no any miracles to create jobs, to create income. We just can capitalize in our own resources. And that is where you can bring peace. If people have income, if people have jobs, then the peace will be there. And we can promote tourism, Tanzania to become the best tourist destination in Africa and in the world. So these are the key messages. WMWays was established as a way to create incomes, to create jobs, to alleviate poverty, but still I can say it's an old wine. It's the same old tradition which is happening in the national parks. So we say old wine in a new bottle. We are doing the same stuff. I expected that we could come and for those who know the WMWays, at least we can design other activities. We have beekeeping, it's also happening in national parks, but we can also come with a resident hunting, which is not happening right now. We have tourists. Okay, about education, actually we don't have human resources at all, and that's why we cannot promote our tourism industry in the country. We have a problem with the human resources, and this requires long-term investment in education. We don't have, we invested like 500 million for honey processing unit, and now it's just like existing there, but nothing is happening. Land tenure systems, we need to have good land tenure systems with no land use conflicts, which will enable to also encourage private investors and other foreigners to come and support our tourism industry. Governance and leadership, we have the problem with our leadership, especially in WMWays, on how to manage revenue, expenses, and also to create other sources of income. We need to have resource centers which can have, people can come and do research on how best we can use these WMWays to alleviate poverty to the locals. Public-private partnership is the last one. We can partner with the universities, colleges like Institute of Accountants to promote how best we can do the research on how to explore economic opportunities in the WMWays. So that is the end of my presentation, and we wanted to say promoting peace, that is our key message. Promoting peace through poverty alleviation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's applause to Madam. Thank you very much, Madam Teresia. Now I'd like to welcome Dr. Brigitta to ask some question to Madam Teresia, and then he will follow the member of the floor.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much, Dr. Olemako, for your good presentation. It is a great pleasure today, as we are commemorating the World Tourism Day. As it has been presented by Dr. Olemako, I can simply say tourism is a vital sector in Tanzania. It contributes significantly to the economy by generating income and revenue, creating jobs, and boosting foreign exchange earnings. We have seen the wildlife management, as it has been discussed, presented by Dr. Olemako. Now let me try to share with you some of the comments and questions as well. Domestic tourism is not well developed, especially in Tanzania, though there are some Tanzanians who visit different tourist centers, but not to that large extent. You have asked us that if we have ever visited some of the national parks. Sometimes it is very possible to come across someone who has never visited even a single national park. For instance, here in Arusha, we have Arusha National Park. But it is very possible to find someone who has lived in Arusha over 3 years, but still knows nothing about Arusha National Park. So my question is, how can we promote domestic tourism in Tanzania? That is the first question. The second question, regarding to your presentation, what is the role of digitalization in the wildlife management in Tanzania? And the last thing, how can community participate in promoting the wildlife management in Tanzania? You're welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Brigitta, and thank you, the audience, also for your attention to listen to our presentation. So the first question about how can we promote domestic tourism, especially in the wildlife areas like national parks, game reserves, game-controlled areas. I think you all understand where the government under the Ministry of Natural Resources and Tourism is doing a great job, especially in advertising first our national parks, our forest reserves, and you can see we do promote, we make a lot of efforts for domestic tourism, first through our local fairs. The first major show we have, the trade show, we have the Sabasaba Trade Fair, we have Nane Trade Fairs, but also we have a number of community conservation clubs in primary schools, in secondary schools, in colleges, in universities, where we are trying also to educate the students the importance of valuing our own resources. It's only through valuation of our own resources then we can be able to understand on how we can create jobs, income, without depending much from a supported project from the donors or other partners in development. So we do make a lot of efforts in promoting domestic tourism through we call conservation education, and that is done through schools, as I said, all schools, primary, secondary, colleges and universities, but also we go to the local communities, and especially those who are living adjacent to protected areas like national parks, forest reserves, game reserves, and game-controlled areas. I think those who have been working in the tourism sector, in the wildlife sector, you know, we do a number of projects to support the local communities. And through that, we also offer education, and also when I was working in TANAPA, we used to have a funding where we invite the local people to come and visit national parks. We, just for free, we give them lunch, and then we provide transport. They go around the national park, they see the animals and all the things we have. That can inspire them that these are our resources. And also for the young generation, we have those conservation education clubs. The second question was about? Okay. So for digitalization, we are really trying to say, you see, yesterday we had a presentation on ICT, and the guy said if you don't, you remember the theme of yesterday, ICT? It said something about perish or adapt or perish. So whether it's either you adapt to ICT technology or we perish. So also in poverty alleviation, I can say still many Tanzanians don't have access to internet facilities, like having the computers, as we have the computers, but also affordability to pay for the internet also is too expensive. You cannot compare it to other countries like developed countries like USA, Canada, where you can access it everywhere. We still depend on Vodacom. I don't know if the TTCL guy is here, they are supporting us here, but TTCL, if you go home or in the street, is not functioning like Vodacom or Airtel or Tigo. It's the worst. I'm sorry to say that, but it's not working the way we expected it to work. So we are really trying, especially for the young generation, to understand first computer knowledge. And I think many schools now are trying to do that, but also using our community conservation education clubs. I think digitalization is part of the process to groom this young generation to have the idea that for the now, the way we go with the tourism, there is no way you can work without having the ICT technology. So we are trying that. And also, we are trying also to air in the TBC to show them even how to create jobs. We do things like filming, all that is digitalization and ICT technology. The third one?
How can the local communities participate in wildlife management?
Okay. So how the local communities can participate in the wildlife management? I gave the best example of beekeeping activity. Those are the things where we encourage locals to do. But unfortunately, most of the projects which we have been doing with the locals, once we phase out to support them, when I was working in the national park, TANAPA, we used to call them outreach programs. But when TANAPA phased out to support, then that project dies. There is no sustainability. And we have also Frankfurt Zoological Society, which is working in the Serengeti, supporting the honey processing unit. You find that once the donor phase out, the project also disappear. Now, that's why I said we need really to have a long-term investment on education for people to understand the value of these resources. And also, the passion for wildlife is not created overnight. The passion for wildlife, you need to create awareness to the local people, to the young generation, to the decision makers in the government, policy makers, because you may wonder, there are some people working also as policy makers, maybe they don't have that clear knowledge on how we can promote our tourism and wildlife in the country. So I think that's how we are trying to develop local community.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Olemako, for your You're welcome. Dr. Charles, welcome.
Thank you very much, and I believe I have been heard. Thank you very much for the nice presentation regarding wildlife management, but you introduced the honey production in the area that is all in the villages that are in Serengeti. I have some additional points that can be observed, particularly when it comes to honey production and the honey marketing in Tanzania. In 2021, we did a research with reference to 1961, whereby we were producing honey worldwide and we were sometimes doing the best. But from after independence, the production and the marketing of honey in Tanzania was declining decade to decade. So we did a study. Under the support of a particular international organization, and we realized that one of the problems facing our honey, the little that we produce, is the lack of acceptance in the international market. So why, we asked ourselves, why our local honey is not accepted when it comes to international market? It is available, and with reference to had tobacco before. So there is a lot of standards that we miss. Therefore, one of the way of helping the local communities to improve their honey production or value chain and sell it to the international market is the improvement of the market. But number two is through contract farming. Contract farming is one of the ways that we can improve even the local production and the value chain of our products. So another suggestion is we can go back to Serengeti or somewhere else or other districts, then we can apply also contract farming. I have a lot to contribute, but I can see the signs and the indicators of time being not our friend.
Yes.
Thank you.
Time is not our friend. Thank you. Okay, the other question or contribution, suggestion, you're welcome.
Thank you, Doctor, for outstanding presentation. Mine is one question. I remember you mentioned that your production unit is not performing that well so far. And one of the reasons for that is that you don't get enough honey from the villagers or people around that Eco Wildlife Management area. So I have one question for you. What kind of incentives are you giving to those villagers around the community just to make sure that they produce enough honey for you guys so that the production unit can go back to the normal production as it used to be in the past? Asante.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the good question. The thing is, we don't get, as you said, we don't have enough raw honey to put it in the industry so that we can get enough honey to sell in the supermarket and in the other markets. So the incentives we are trying, the first one is to give them training. And the training is, we came to realize people don't have enough knowledge on how to do beekeeping activities. So one thing we were trying to see on how best we can also consult like institution like which deals with the honey forest reserve can go to that entire area and train the locals on how best to do the beekeeping activities. That is one incentive, and the training is for free. But the second thing is about the quality of the bee hives. If the beehive is not good enough to attract bees to produce honey, then you find the queen of the bee, the one who is producing honey. There is a way where you make it's a long story though, because we don't have time, the way they produce honey. So if you don't have a proper beehive, it means even the honey produced will be in a small quantity. So we are also trying to see on how best we can train our youth and other traders who are working with the beehives construction or production, so that they can come up with a good beehives products which can enable us to get more honey in the market. The third incentive is about hygiene. We lack hygiene, as spoken there. You said the tobacco buckets, but in Serengeti they are putting honey in the konyagi bottles and other bottles which are alcoholic. So you can, and you find them in the market. If you go to Ikoma or any other areas in the local market, you can find they don't have packaging materials. So they just go around the restaurant and then they pick all the leftover bottles and then they keep the honey. So for any tourists coming to the area, if they go to the market, they get the impression that if the honey is being kept in the bottles, the hygiene and the standards are not observed. And that's why you say that the market share of honey in Tanzania dropped because of hygiene. So the one who asked the question, what's your name? Sorry. Okay. So one of the incentive also, we are trying to promote hygiene and standards. So I think our TBS should work very closely with our small producers to make sure that if really we want our market to go beyond Tanzania, Africa, and in the world, then we have to adhere to the standards. We have to make sure that we follow those international standards and train our local farmers on how best we can come up to the good product. So those are the incentives. And also the last incentive is about policy. The government also should create a conducive atmosphere for the local farmers to benefit from the honey production. So far, the government is trying, but we need the government to try more and increase motivation to the local farmers to see the value of, because other farmers, they say it's better they keep livestock rather than engage in beekeeping activities because they don't see the profit. So maybe we need to make sure that how do we design the honey industry for them to benefit? That will be the best incentive. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Olumako.
Thank you very much for good presentation, and of applause for the presenters. There's still a lot of questions and the time is not in our sides. So could you be short, very, very short, and Madam also, would you please be short? Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Teresa. Actually, my question is, you did mention the benefit of bee production in WMA areas, but on your presentation, I'm not sure if I missed anything, I didn't see the disadvantage of bee production in the WMA area. As we know, I know only one where Tawili is doing the bee production here in Arusha,
but it happened that I know a few of the wildlife management area which are near national parks. So I'm not sure if the bee production is also conducted there. And so that's where my question goes, is how is hunting activities affect, stimulate or related to poaching? As you mentioned that also tourists, they are given, what can I say, permit to do hunting activities. And another question is, you mentioned about Frankfurt Zoological Society as one of the organizations which they give education or awareness to the society about hunting activities, I think. Okay, so it happened that I know one of the project that Frankfurt Zoological Society do is anti-poaching activities, and they have one of their project which is called the Snelling Project, which they save rhinos. So do we have other organizations that they deal with anti-poaching activities in Tanzania? Thank you. That's my question.
Okay. Thank you.
I will be very quick. Thank you very much for your presentation. And because your presentation was more focused on the WMA and especially on the honey project and how this project can elevate poverty in the country, I think there's a lot to consider, especially in the WMA. These authorities, they are under the villages who are around these areas. But I have experience working on several WMAs in a private sector. It's very easy to enter the first contract with the WMA. But when it comes like the private sector has operated for 10 years and puts all the efforts in anti-poaching, community project outreach and everything, when you're sitting for the next contract, it's a nightmare. It will jump from, if you were paying 500 million, people will jump up to 1 million because of the value that you have added, but actually the private sector has not made a profit out of it. So I think also there's some areas that has to be looked, especially in the WMA, because there's a lot of responsibilities for the private sector to take care of the WMA. You are not in the national park, that's all the roads and everything is maintained by the authority. In the WMA, you start from the scratch. But as soon as you have made or you have put your feet on the ground, the next contract will be something else. And it's real hard to try to maintain your relationship between the local government and the top government. Like it's a lot of complications. So if we're looking to elevate the poverty, especially in these villages around the WMAs, we have to look on how we are helping our private sector to ensure that the community is still getting the benefit, but at the same time, our people getting employment, but also the project that the private sector is doing also is recognized and considered by the government. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Madam,
Very quickly. Thank you. I don't know your name, but I'll start with the last one. You made a very important point on the private sector contribution in the WMAs. And I think it's the role of government, if we could have government officials here, on how, the last point I spoke about public-private partnership. And that was very important to understand the role of private sector. And as you said, maybe you can start from the scratch. Then after 10 years, after everything is done, people are being paid and tourists are coming, they can even deny you a contract. So I think it is through this tourism day, we would like really to tell the government that a private sector contribution should be highly valued. And also, we need also to train our leaders. I spoke about leadership and governance. If you have good leadership of wildlife management areas, of course, most of which are village leaders, but we need to expose them. You know, some people don't know, they know their own world. They've never been exposed. They've never seen the way private sector is struggling to find fund to invest. That money is not for free. You need to invest in order to generate profit. So another important point is also for the government to understand on how best to train these village leaders to understand the role and contribution of the private sector. That is a weakness we know, we have noted it, and I think the government is working hard to make sure that we train the local communities. But also from the legal aspect, there should be a written legal document that if a private sector has been there for more than 10 years, then certain conditions should be observed before terminating the contract or charging the extra fees within that area. Yeah, thank you. And Madam, you talked about a lot of stuff. Frankfurt Zoological Society is supporting only conservation. There is no hunting. It's a German conservation international organization which support land use planning, training, community conservation, and all that kind of stuff. So one of the things which they supported was the honey processing unit and the big pig keeping activities to enable the locals to create jobs and income. But unfortunately, the industry is not working as expected. And the most challenge, as I said earlier, is education. But my point is, for those who know the conservation industry, we have tourist hunting, and before we had resident hunting. For now, tourist hunting ni uwindaji wa kitalii. Resident hunting ni uwindaji wa wakazi. Wakazi walikuwa leseni wanalipa shilingi 2,000 tu, unaruhusiwa kwenda kuwinda. Lakini baadaye wakaona people are misusing the resources, then they have to stop it in order to come up with better terms for the locals to benefit. But I think up to now it's not happening. So it's like local people don't value anything rather than the hunting because they've been doing it over centuries, generations and generations. So I was thinking, since we have the wildlife management areas in their own village land, it is up now to the government to revise on how to do the resident hunting in a proper way so that you don't waste the resources or overutilize the resources to promote food security, jobs and income. And that's the only way the local people will value the wildlife and support conservation efforts and tourism industry in the country. So that was my point. And another thing you said about what? Oh, okay. We have a number of NGOs which support the conservation and tourism. We have USAID, we have Frankfurt, we have Jane Goodall Institute. We have a number of them. I will give you the list because of time. I'll refer you to all the international and local organizations which support the conservation in the country as well as the tourism.
Okay, Dr. Olemako, in one sentence, how can you summarize your presentation?
So thank you. I would like to say that the theme of this year is peace and tourism, and the whole presentation was trying to say that most of the youth are not employed, and we are always singing that there is no employment in the country. But for me, I don't agree. What I understand, we have more than 22 national parks, we have game reserves, we have game controlled areas. It is our own responsibility and obligation for us as Tanzanians and our government, policymakers and other stakeholders supporting the tourism industries to come up with the strategies and innovations on how best we can create local industries to create jobs and income. So I will summarize by saying that promoting peace through poverty alleviation. And without peace, with poverty, there is no peace. And if you want peace, then let's alleviate poverty. Thank you.
Thank you very much. More hand of applause to the presenters. Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Telesia Olemako and Dr. Brigitte Don. It seems in terms of time, Dr. Telesia, she was in need of more than an hour to present this because a lot of questions pop up because things are touching people's lives around here and there, especially improving life of the youth. So for now, I'll invite Respol Kimei to present his paper on engaging local community.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Respol Kimei from the Department of Education and Communication Studies at IAA. I'm presenting a paper on engaging local community in peace promotion in tourist destinations through tourism. In 1988 and 1989, two events happened. I'll share with you. In 1988, Julie Ward, a British citizen, aged 24 years old, a tourist and wildlife photographer, was driving alone in Masai Mara. Is a girl who decided to come and see our natural resources, our national parks, and she was last seen on 6th September by one Constable Gerard. This is in Kenya. On 7th September, she was reported missing, and on 13th September at 2:30 p.m., she was found dead. Her body was partly burnt. Now, so many things came up with that incident. Some said she was killed by wild animals. But on 14th September, her father, Mr. Ward, came to Nairobi because she wanted to see what was happening, what happened to her daughter. Then the case went, the search went, but later, in 1989, 27th October, Magistrate Mango concluded that Julie Ward was murdered. This death created fear in tourism industry in Kenya. Now, why did I share with you this first event? Because I want you to try to see how peace is connected with tourism. And why do I use this event is that I want you to see how engaging local community can help in promoting peace in tourism. Remember, Julie Ward was seen by people when she was driving alone. By then, she was just a visitor. She was new in the area. So there was a disengagement. People didn't mind about her. They just saw her as a Mzungu visiting Kenya. I'll share with you the second event and then I'll go very fast because of time. In 1989, my father, Mr. Kimei, was driving from Kia to Arusha. Between Kikatiti and Majiachai, the road was blocked. They found some logs. My father was working with NCA, Ngorongoro Conservation Area. He worked in tourism industry his entire life. He's now retired peacefully in the village. Now, what happened on that day is that a group of people appeared and robbed them. They did away with money, cameras, and some bags. My father had gone to Kia to pick tourists from the airport. But remember, my father was a top official at NCA. Imagine a top official at NCA going to pick tourists at the airport. Why? Because there was a disengagement of the local community that only a high-profile person from the company will go and meet tourists at the airport. That is when we had that. I'm working with this terminology, wazungu uzungu, watalii utalii. I'm using Mikhail Bakhtin's idea of the chronotope, where space and time is involved. Here, by then, when you say mzungu, uzungu was associated with richness by that time. So if you are seen with a mzungu, then people expect that you are going to be rich. They expect you are a very high standard person because you are working with the mzungu, you are staying with the mzungu. So my dad was associated with wazungu all the time. They say he's going to pick wazungu from the airport. What has changed today? Today we have tour drivers, we have tour guides, we have everybody. Some people right now, they have their own safari cars and they go to the airport, they pick wazungu, they pick, now we call them watalii. Watalii or utalii is associated with somebody with leisure. Somebody has saved up money, has decided to come and visit. That time, accommodation, when the tourists come, they were immediately flown to hotels. And the hotels here would only be Mount Meru, Arusha, Safari Hotel, Sabasaba by then. Yeah. So that is when we used to call them wazungu. And there is where my idea of engaging local community in promoting peace. Tourism is recognized as a central force shaping the world. Peace through tourism is a global agenda now, particularly in conflict-ridden countries. It can contribute to the promotion of peace, cohesion, friendship, and socio-economic development. We have heard people talk about it. Engagement of the local community gives the community an opportunity to benefit from tourism-related activities. And this is because the local community will consider tourism as their source of income. No one kills the cow that gives him milk. The local community will always be very comfortable to see tourists coming in a big number because they know it is their source of income. And this is only if we engage them. I'll not dwell very much in this literature review because we know because of time. But some few scholars have talked about how it is important to engage this local community because it empowers them to make decisions that have impact in their lives. It It gives them confidence to have control over things that impact their lives and promote a peaceful society. But also, there are so many others. Hegel says peace is more conducive for tourism. When there is war, tourism suffers, but when there is peace, it thrives. I did my study when I was told that there is this tourism day coming and you have to prepare a paper. I did a research in Mtoambu, Karatu, and Arusha here. I involved a number of people, tour guides, drivers. These are tour drivers, taxi, bajaji, boda boda, and so on. My idea, I wanted to know how are they engaged with tourism activities. I used interview method because you could not stop a boda boda and tell the boda boda to fill out a questionnaire. So, or you tell a bajaji driver, please can you fill out this questionnaire? So what I did, I was throwing questions to them whenever I meet them. What if this happens? What if a tourist wants to take you to somewhere? Do you think right now they can be safe and whatever and whatever? So those are the kinds of questions I was using. Now, I use these variables, tourism and poverty reduction, where I just wanted to know whether tourism has been helping people to reduce poverty. Like doctor here was trying to say, no, if there is no food, if there is poverty, then peace is not there. So many strongly agreed that tourism has been helping them to reduce poverty. We have seen them around, and this is how the local community has been engaged in tourism activities. Before, I told you, you could not approach a tourist. Tourism industry has changed a lot as we speak right now. Then I tried to see tourism and cultural interaction. Most of the respondents agreed that there has been a lot of positive interaction. We have seen some people working in tourism industry are getting married to the local community. I wanted to see how the local community behaves towards tourists. Most agreed that now tourists can walk freely, and we have seen them. Before they could not walk because they are afraid probably they'll be robbed, they'll be whatever. But right now we can see them walking freely everywhere. They can decide to walk from Kijenge to Moshono. They are not afraid. And this is because the behavior of the local community towards tourists has changed a lot. But I also wanted to know about tourism and history or nature preservation. The paper that has been presented recently, we have seen how big companies, there are so many foreign companies which are involved or are engaged in preserving nature, preserving history, and this shows that when you involve a local community, you are going to promote peace, because these two people have to contribute to fostering peace through tourism if and when they own the kind of attitude which considers the other. I used the other, taking an idea from Edward Said, those who read Orientalism, is using the word the other to imply people of a different cultural background. When you put them together, then what do you expect? I am not sure, because we have tour guides, we have drivers here. I remember one of my friends told me sometimes it was difficult to put tourists from different nationalities in the same vehicle. But right now, sometimes they go together. I can conclude by saying that engagement of local community in promoting peace through tourism is an effective way of solving some unnecessary conflicts in tourism industry. When the local community feels that it is part of the tourist activities, chances of promoting peace are created. Since tourists are the ambassadors of their particular countries, when they interact with the local community, they contribute in promoting peace and making the world a better place for all. Let me end there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Respect Kimei. So now we'll change a bit in how we operate. I would like you to invite another presenter, then we'll do a discussion of both. Okay? And we are resting against time, so we finish presentation then. So you may take your seat. Okay. So Dr. Mayengo, please. So member, please reserve your questions. All of them will sit here and then you will address some questions.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, I'm Gabriel Mayengo, working with the College of African Wildlife Management as a lecturer. I'm with my student who did research on the quality of email reply from accommodations that are found in the Northern Circuit, Northern Tourism Circuit. So, a student completed his bachelor degree this year and he's expecting to graduate in November 30th. And so he's just a freshly graduate. And I would like to invite him so that he can come and share with us the findings. Yeah, Patrick, karibu.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you here today. As my research supervisor has already introduced me, my name is Patrick Godfrey Limo, and I'm a student at the College of African Wildlife Management, Mweka, pursuing a bachelor degree in wildlife tourism. So I'm so excited to share a very interesting topic today. This is a study that I conducted as part of the requirements for my bachelor degree in wildlife tourism. The title of my study is The Quality of email reply of Tanzania's Northern Tourism Circuit accommodations. As we all know, information technology has had a significant impact on hotel industry. Hoteliers rely heavily on it to maintain their competitive advantage. Email is one of how technology has impacted the hotel business. Given the importance of technology, particularly email, in shaping visitor experiences and satisfaction, understanding how it's used in customer interactions is very vital. This study investigates the quality of email responses from lodgings in Tanzania Northern Tourism Circuit, focusing on key customer service factors such as promptness, politeness, personalization, professionalism, and promotion content. So now that we have looked at the importance of email in hospitality, let's move on to understand the 5 phases of the guest journey. The first phase is pre-booking phase. This is the stage where guests send an inquiry through email to the hotel before confirming to the booking. The second stage is booking phase. This is when a guest confirms the booking, and this stage, the accommodation uses email to send a confirmation. The third is pre-arrival stage. At this stage, the guest has already arrived to the hotel, and the hotel sends a welcome or service emails. The fourth is in-stay phase, where at this stage, the guest has already arrived to the hotel, and the hotel sends a welcome or service emails. The fifth is post-stay phase, after the guest has checked out, the hotel may request feedback and sometimes send promotional offers to encourage future visits. So, as we have seen, email plays a very vital role in each phase of the guest journey, from pre-booking phase to post-stay phase. Therefore, it is very crucial for us to understand how email should be used and effectively used to improve both competitiveness and customer service. Coming to the roles of email in hospitality industry, the first role of email is communication. Communication is very important in hotel business, and email is a primary tool for communication, with guests providing important information such as getting information, answering queries, but also building trust. The second is reservation management. Here, email is used by hotel to confirm the reservation with important details such as check-in, room type, and any other special service requested. The third is marketing. Hotel may use email to advertise their offers, but also discount or events. But also here, hotels may use newsletters for their marketing. Serengeti National Park, but also the attractions So this is how I did my research. This was my methodology, and I used two methods to get data. The first one was I used mystery emails, but also I used interviews. Starting with mystery emails, by definition, these are emails sent where an individual poses as regular customer so as to assess the quality of. I sent mystery emails to a selected sample of accommodations requesting information on room availability for 2 adults and 2 children during mid-August. And after I sent these emails, I waited for their feedback, and that's when I gathered data from their response. I also used interview, and I used interview to investigate the challenges associated with email communication among accommodations. The accommodations did not, there were those hotels that did not reply. Coming to the criteria for evaluation, I used 6 criteria for my research. The first criteria is response. When response, I checked whether if a hotel replied to my mystery email or did not. The second was prompt, and here I checked whether an accommodation replied within 24 hours, minimum period of 24 hours. The third was politeness, where here I checked if they have opened their emails with the word, for instance, dear, but also if they thank the recipient, if they use the term please, but also if they close politely with such words such as best regards. In personalization, I checked if the sender of the email, the accommodation, greeted the recipient by name, but also I checked if the sender closed with the sender's name, but also I checked if they included the sender's title. Professional, I checked if they answered the question, if they use proper English, but also there shouldn't be any grammar errors. In promotion, here I checked if they included a signature file which shows any slogan or promotional messages that they offer in their accommodation. So these were my findings. Starting with the first bar chart, which is response status results. Here, the percent of the accommodation that replied to my mystery email, they were 59%. But also, the accommodation that didn't reply on my email, they were 40%. The second bar chart is promptness, and in promptness, the time taken to respond was 24 hours, minimum of 24 hours, and 54.5% responded within 24 hours, while 4.9% didn't respond within 24 hours. But also, you see that I have included a bar chart saying missing. So here missing means the accommodations that didn't reply in the first place, which are the ones that I wrote not received in the first bar chart. The third bar chart is personal results, where here 52.4 accommodation responded with personal touch, while 7% did not use any type of personalization. The fourth bar chart is professional results, where here 50.3 of the establishments responded in a professional manner, while 9.1 of the lodgings did not fulfill professional requirements. The fifth bar chart is politeness, where here I checked the courtesy and email responses. 53.1 of accommodation replied in a polite manner, while 6.3 failed to maintain politeness. Inclusion of promotion is the last bar chart, where 42% of the lodgings included promotional message in their emails, while 17.5 did not include promotional message. Coming back here to the first bar chart. These findings highlight both strength and weakness and quality of email responses in Tanzania. First, you see in the first bar chart, the response rate of 59.4% shows a little over half of the accommodations successfully replied. However, 40.6 did not, which suggests nearly half of these businesses might be missing out the potential customer simply by not replying. 40.6% is a very huge number, and by these findings, we can understand that at the moment we are not really good, especially in answering or replying to emails. The second thing that I want to highlight was the promotional results, the last bar. Based on this study findings, where 42% included promotional content, while 17.5 did not, it shows how accommodation could be missing out marketing opportunities. This could hinder their ability to compete effectively in the tourism market. Coming to the challenges that were identified through this study, the first challenge that was identified by a lot of accommodations was spam or junk emails. Spam messages pose a big difficulty for accommodation in Northern Circuit. They rely on email as their primary communication tool. Spam emails waste a lot of time, but also storage, and causes network traffic to these accommodations. Spam emails can negatively impact email servers, memory, communication bandwidth, CPU power, but also user time. The second challenge identified was scammers or fraudsters. Scam is also a big threat in the hospitality business in the Northern Tourism Circuit. Scams have a result of financial losses, reputation damage, but also scammers frequently use stolen cards, credit cards information to book rooms, then cancel the request funds to separate accounts or simply fail to show up, resulting in chargeback fees. As also the third challenge identified was there are some accommodations in the Northern Circuit where a single person is managing the reservation. It is also a big concern. Many lodgings only have a single person to manage the reservation, and this causes poor efficiency of handling emails, prolonged stress, and poor well-being of the person. The fourth challenge are answered bookings, where booking cancellation can be due to a variety of situations, including business meetings, vacations, rescheduling, illness, severe weather, but also customer looking for their best interest. In conclusion, improving email communication in tourism will help build trust and positive relationship between guests and service providers. Ensuring timely, polite, professional, personalization, and promotional content accommodations can ensure guest satisfaction, leading to repeat visits and positive words of mouth. The recommendation that I'll give is there should be a comprehensive training on email etiquette. Cover all aspects of promptness, politeness, personalization, professionalism, but also ensuring staff members understand the importance of all these elements. The second recommendation that I would say is the usage of automated acknowledgement systems, where this will ensure these customers receive immediate confirmation that their inquiries have been received, and this will help staff buy time to provide well-considered and detailed replies. However, using the automations, they may have some limitations, and some of the limitations of using the automated emails is they lack personal touch, but also they may also lead to delayed follow-up, but also if automated systems will be dependent, they will send some irrelevant information which can lead to guest confusion. The last recommendation that I would give is there should be monitoring and feedback within these accommodation facilities, so as they can see how their staff are well in writing their emails, so as to improve customer satisfaction, but also to improve the competition market. Thank you for the
Thank you very much for the presentation. So now we present, we are going to take some questions, so please sit, and also press for, where sit. And those discussers, moderator, please come on. Yes, we proceed.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Yes, my name is Dr. John Tima. I'll be the moderator in this session. And first of all, I wish to congratulate you for this good work. So this is a very good work you have done. It's something that is very useful to the industry. I'll be asking some few questions. Of course, don't worry about the questions. I just want to know, in the first place, what challenges did you meet when you were collecting your data in the field? I've seen you were in different places. What challenges did you face, if any?
Yes, thank you so much for the question. Well, the challenges that I met when I was collecting the data for this study, first was this study, I didn't go to the field as for going to Serengeti National Park or Lake Manyara National Park, Ngorongoro Conservation Area. So it was much simpler to me to collect that. But during this time, when I was collecting data through my computer, the biggest problem I had was internet connection. And the internet connection was a big problem during that time because at the moment there was, if you remember, they were saying like there's this Congo wa internet, Congo wa taifa wa internet. It was during that time when internet was pretty low. So that was the first challenge that I met during the collection of my data. The second challenge, which I can say was, it was difficult for me for some of the accommodation facilities not replying to the emails at the right moment. So there was this time when I could wait for even 2 to 3 days waiting for their feedback so as I can start gathering data. The third and lastly, it was because first a huge number of population of these accommodations. I had 225 accommodations that I was reviewing, and this accommodation, each of them I was sending emails and getting their data. So at that moment, it was really tough to gather this data.
Okay, thank you very much for, I think it was good to
maintain a challenge, because we have some people here who would like to do the same. And when we do that, it means we want to see how we can recommend on how to improve things. Now, your presentation actually was all about the role of email and what we call effective communication when it comes to email. And we know that when we have to use that method or that technique, it means we do a lot of things and we have to maybe to build a strong reputation of the organization. For instance, if someone is a tour operator or he runs a company and the email is effectively used, it means we are trying to build something we call the company reputation. But not only that, there are so many things that we can get from being active in the email reply and things like that. Would you share with the audience here, with the people around here, and especially on this good day, this is a very big day, World Tourism Day. What do you think? What do you think must be done more on how the email should be well used to make sure that whenever they are used, the company or the people responsible there build their reputation so that their customers would be satisfied, would be happy with the services that they are receiving, so that people here can take from you that this is the thing that we can do to improve. Please.
Thank you so much for the question. Well, based on this study, I highlighted 6 criteria or 6 aspects which could be used if they'll be acknowledged much, they could improve the quality of these emails. So the first one was promptness, timely feedbacks. Companies or any company, whether it's a tour operator or accommodation facility, should be able to give feedback to their guests within a very short period of time. So that is the first thing. Second, politeness. Politeness is very important. And especially if you're in this business, you have to consider being polite. So for accommodations or tour operator companies, they should consider using politeness, for using words like dear, please, yeah, but also thanking the recipient. So that is very important. Third, I would say, is personalization. Well, emails should be personalized. So by personalization, I mean, well, the recipient and the sender, they acknowledge each other by names. So the email shouldn't be as a robot is giving feedback. There should be a personal touch in providing the feedbacks. The fourth one, I would say, is there should be promotional content. Marketing is super important, and through email, accommodations or tour operators may use email as their mode of ways to show their advertisements, showing their locations, their addresses. So it's very important for tour operators, but also accommodation facilities to have promotional content in their emails. So I'll say that.
Thank you so much. You have mentioned politeness, promptness, human touch, that is personalization of the email and things like that. And maybe Dr. Gabrieli, if email plays a crucial role in promoting tourism and fostering peace by facilitating communication, collaboration, and cultural exchange. And this is the word, the tourism day we are celebrating worldwide. And here, we do just wish to move with something that we have to promote peace, so that the destinations and whatever we do or wherever we go, we make sure that our visitors and all the people participating there are in peace. What do you think, Doctor, and all the team here, how should we use the email now to make sure that we go together or we align it to the theme of this day, tourism and peace? What should we do to make sure that through the email, we promote peace in the tourism industry? Please.
Thank you very much for a very good question. And I think on my side, replying on email is among the challenge that really draws back or to some extent lowers the potentials that we can have through effective communication. And it's very possible to come up with someone who has not read 200 emails, 300 emails. It's very normal. So for the tourism industry, it's not something good, and basically we have to reply to every emails to meet the customer satisfaction. And of course, we have started with the private sectors, and we are thinking of expanding the study into government organization, and at least to have some sort of overview or some sort of information of where to improve and the like. But again, we are thinking of trying to do some sort of comparison with our competitors. So the Northern Tourism Circuit, we have our neighbors that in one way or another, they also have the same kind of facilities that we have. So we are thinking of expanding the study at least to have some sort of comparison with some other competitors that are next or bordering our country, so that to have some sort of picture to what they view on their side. But again, having peace in peace is something very critical in tourism industry. As the theme of the World Tourism Day, peace is everything. So if destinations are not having peace, obvious, the tourists will not be attracted into our destinations, and at the end of the day, the revenue that we are getting out of tourism will decrease, and government earnings and the like will be lost. So I think we have to ensure we enhance peace, replying to our client issues and concerns on time, and to have a harmonious coexistence or harmonious kind of relation with our client to enhance the tourism business. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gabriel, for the highlights about how we link the email use and our theme today. Back to the floor, we have Patrick Limu here, who did a very good presentation under the supervision of Dr. Gabriel Mayengo. So I would like to give you a chance, if you have any question, please raise up your hand so that we ask, and the team is here to reply and give us some more information about what they did in the field, which to me, I find it to be very, very important. So please, we have one hand there. Who is facilitating us there? Yes. Thank you, Doctor, for assisting.
Okay.
Yes, please, you are welcome.
Thank you, all the presenters, for your good presentation, and the moderators. I'm so happy. I used to work for College of African Wildlife Management. I was the lecturer there. So I'm happy to see faces from Mweka. So these are the two students? Oh, the only one, okay. And I'm happy with the system of, you are the lecturer, but you are bringing the student to get experience and to get exposed. So I think that's a step forward. So my compliments to you. So my question is, in your presentation, do you want to know the quality of email, or do you want to know like compliance or a responsibility that if the email comes to your inbox, do you reply on time? Or you want to know the contents which are written in the email? That's my question. But another thing, I remember when I was in a primary school, we were taught by the teachers on how to write a letter. You put the address, you put the heading, and then you main content, and then you write sincerely, Dr. Gabriel, and then you conclude. Now, even the email should have that structure. We should have a format where we train our primary school students, and when they go also to secondary school, they get the same, because we did that in primary, and then we did it in secondary school, and when we started at the university, we have a subject for communication skills. You do the same again. So you find that, and you insist that how to write good emails and how to respond timely. So that is not a thing to be built overnight. It's something which should be a culture. And that's why you find in other countries, Somebody will never skip an email. He has to answer it or say, I'll come back to you later. At least you know that you have seen it. So that's the culture. And I just wanted to ask the presenter,
Right.
what is your strategy to make sure that we build that culture?
Yes, we have 2 questions there. So we take another one if there is any. So I think you have noted the first one. Any other participants willing to ask or to clarify or additional point? Yes, please. Yeah, we start with that one, and please.
Thank you so much, Doctor. You asked the question whether, yes? Yeah. Whether I was looking at the quality or the content of the email. Well, I looked at both of these aspects, and my biggest thing that I was doing here was looking at the quality. The quality mostly is the quality, and through quality, in the quality, you look at the content of the email. So my research, yes. So when I sent these mystery emails to these accommodations, and when they responded back, I looked at the way they said about, they provided the content of the email. So did they respond to my question? Or did they use politeness? Did they use promotion? Did they put the promotion content? Were they polite? Were they did they show personalization? So these are so much important, especially if you want to have a good quality email. Coming to the second question, which you spoke about the structure of emails. This structure of emails, like you said that during when we were in primary level, we used to get taught about the structure of the letters, but also in the secondary education, there's also that. But something that I find it very odd is we are not taught anything about emails. So in our education system, I don't know about other courses, any other university courses, but once that I've passed through, there's an area where we should improve so as to make emails, so as to make people know how to write emails. So, yes.
Right. I think he has replied to your question. And yes, one more. Please, you are welcome. Yes, take them. Yes, take.
Moderator, because you're from informatics, you know the area.
Right.
What I wanted to say is, if you look in other schools in abroad, when you start a class 1 or grade 1, because of the technology and the equipment and facilities, the first thing when the student is being registered is to create email. The first grade, darasa la kwanza. Sasa huku kwetu it's not possible because we don't have enough facilities in our schools, and emails, when they come, we didn't have that system, the teachers and everything. So I think as we go, maybe it should be well planned. If we have the facilities, then that should be, you will create the culture by practicing. So when you start a class 1, then open your email, and then before you start school, you have to, mwalimu anatoa email, I answer as a student. I think that culture has to be, that's why I was asking, what is the strategy? Sasa ni technology ambayo we got it and we didn't have facility.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
I just wanted to say that. That's why for Europe or other countries, they are very good in responding to emails. That culture has been there since since you are 5 years
Since
old.
then. Thank you so much for that, for an addition. Now we welcome Dr. Meshak. Please, you're welcome.
But the question goes to Kimei.
Right.
I'm his moderator.
Oh.
Kimei, how can local governments support peace building tourism? How can local governments support peace building tourism?
Thank you very much. You see, if you heard me when I was giving, I started with an anecdote. I gave a story of young girl, Julie Ward, and the way she was killed mysteriously, and what that death created in Kenya industry, tourism industry. Now, in most areas where tourists are going, especially these destinations, there is local government. The local government should make sure that they always support the initiatives made by the government to make sure that tourists are safe. For instance, this girl could not have died if she was seen by the local government, because she went through several places and she was seen and she was enjoying life. She made several stops on the way to Masai Mara, and somewhere she had her car broke down, and then she had to fly back to Nairobi to get a fuel pump, and then she came back, she fixed. And all that time, some women who were fetching grasses, they saw her fixing the car with the mechanic. Then mechanic had to go back to Nairobi, and then she proceeded. Now, what was in her mind is that this is a peaceful country. Nothing can happen. And so when she was reported missing, when the father came, the first thing he did was to go to the local government officials to ask them, did you see this and that? And then they said, yeah, we are told there is a young woman who was driving a jeep, and she proceeded to Masai Mara. And so this was very important, that local government should be involved in enforcing or promoting peace. Thank you.
Thank you. Just another small question again. What methods can be used to educate tourists about local peace initiatives? What methods can be used to educate tourists about local peace initiatives?
Thank you. Yeah, we have, for instance, before tourists come to Tanzania, for example, there are some companies that have some centers outside the country where if they want to come, first they pick the company they want to travel with. Which company are you going to use when you get to Tanzania? I'm going to use Leopard Tours. Then, do you have any center in UK where I can go and get information about Tanzania, about local people, about culture and whatever? One thing that I can tell you is that when I was interviewing these respondents, most of them admitted that promotion of peace in tourism should come from the local, not the tourists. Because when the tourists come, they are very well aware of where they are going and what kind of people they are going to meet, and so on. So you should wonder if you meet a tourist walking down the road. If you are walking on this side, he or she might change the bag on the other side. Why? Because they know They are very well aware, and they know how to study faces of people, and they know which people to approach if they want to get information. So the local people, engaging the local people is very important in this issue of tourism. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Hello. Okay, my name is Kadala. I'm consultant for sustainable tourism and destination development. My question is, in which level do you think is very important for these locals, the destinations should engage the locals? I mean, as we know, we always say they should be engaged, but in which level? As we know, we have in planning level, decision making, and implementation. And I did a lot of projects in the southern Tanzania, and most of the local communities are complaining as they are almost involved in implementation level, and they are skipped in planning and yeah. So in which level do you think?
Thank you. That's a very good question. As you said, engaging the local community in Tanzania, it usually, we can say the government sometimes fails because they are involved at implementation stage. I'll give you an example. Recently, we heard what happened in Ngorongoro. The Maasais in Ngorongoro, they were just told that now they have to leave. It was a good idea in a way, but the question is, did you involve them at planning level? Why are you involving them at implementation stage? Because these people, the Maasais, got that information through parliament, and they were told. They never saw anybody who came and sit with them and tell them why it is important for them to leave. However, right now, you can see where the issue of promoting peace by engaging local community is coming in. Like 2 months ago, the president gave a directive that these people should not be moved anymore. And all the facilities that had been stopped by the government were reinstated. So right now, the Maasais in Ngorongoro are enjoying life, they are happy, and the tourists are now becoming their friends, because formerly, whenever they saw the tourists, they would see like, these are the reasons why we are being moved from our place. But also there you can see where the question of preserving nature and history. So perhaps the government now has learned the lesson that engaging the local community, you are going to promote peace. There is peace now in Ngorongoro. So at least we should involve the local community at planning stage. This idea of promoting peace through tourism can go back to the primary level. Doctor here was talking about primary. We should also have these lessons in primary level where students should be taught who is a tourist. You remember when I started my paper, my presentation, I told you the difference between Mzungu and Mtalii. Yeah? These primary students think Mzungu is somebody who has money, and that money is free money. They have things to give for free. But when it comes to Mtalii, Mtalii is somebody who is coming for leisure. But they don't know that these people save money. They save money because they want to make a tour somewhere. and then they come. So if we are able to make that distinction, then we are going to engage the local community properly. Thank you.
One last question.
Thank you so much. I have one question. On your presentation, you only mentioned the advantages of local community to be participated in tourism. What about the disadvantages? Or you don't have any disadvantages that?
Thank you very much. What are the advantages of local engagement in tourism?
Your question is good, but that could be another paper. That could be another paper if we are to look for the disadvantages of engaging the local community. Because if you have to go back to the field and then you want to ask them, what do you think is bad if you are engaged in tourism industry? So, but we have disadvantages, and that is very obvious. Nothing has advantage only, we have disadvantages of engaging the local community. Because sometimes you'll need more time to educate them, and you can use a lot of, it is costly, it's very costful sometimes. Because one way of engaging the local community can also be, for instance, in the morning I was trying to say here, if you allow people who have houses and they are not using them, you allow the tourists to come and stay there for a day or two. That is one way of engaging the local community. Yeah? So, I think I just answered it partly, because that is always another paper.
Okay, thank you very much. Oh, you want to help?
Yes, you know, this session is running parallel, so we have some other things to finish up on the email part. Maybe from the floor, if anyone is having anything to say about the email, the effectiveness of the email, please, we have one there, so that we also wind up. I think the last part will be now for the presenter to give us his concluding remark about what should we now move with it while we move from here. What should the audience take when it comes to the email and tourism, when it comes to promptness, politeness, personal touch, and all other things. Please, you're welcome.
Yeah, good afternoon again. First of all, I would like to congratulate the gentleman over there for good research that he has just presented to us. In fact, in tourism industry, we need such presentation, such research and findings to make our industry even more better than we are doing right now. But I just have one question for you gentlemen. I just want you to highlight quickly what did you find to be the shortcomings in terms of quality for most emails you received as feedback from the hotel you conducted your research on? Mine is just that simple question. Thank you.
Shortcomings, please.
Thank you so much for the question. Well, the first limitation of this study was the time when I conducted it. So during when I conducted it, it was a lower season. And right now we're in the high season, high tourism season. The lower season, probably, the accommodations that replied back to me during that time could have time to reply to those messages. So we still don't have how these accommodations could have replied during the high season. But also, the population that, or the population of the accommodations.
Excuse me? Yeah. Maybe I have to put it in a clear way so that you understand.
Yes.
You conducted a research to see the efficiency and the quality of the emails from hotels. So what did you find to be the gap in the response? Maybe there was no personalization of the emails, politeness, or whatever. Now I think you got my point, right?
Yeah, I think it is clear, and if you followed his presentation, it was on the findings. He had some of the graphs. So maybe you just use half a minute, please, so that we move to the, because you already presented that.
Thank you so much. Thank you again. The biggest limitation or the biggest gap that I saw, that identified in this study of mine, it was the high number of accommodations that didn't reply on the mystery email. About 42% of accommodations didn't reply at all. This is almost nearly a half of the population of these accommodations that I gathered data on. So that was the biggest gap that I saw. But also within these criteria, these 5 criteria that I did, that I looked on, the last one, which is promotional content, but didn't do well. Almost 47% of accommodations didn't put promotional content in their emails. So those were the gaps that I saw in my study.
Thank you so much, members, for the questions, and we thank you also the presenter for everything. So I would like to give you now the chance to just give you a closing remark so that we move to the next presentation or to other things that are already waiting here, please.
Thank you. Well, something to take home is these accommodations. Well, I know there are some people who here are working in accommodations or tour companies. First, they should improve email quality. It is very important, well, because it takes a very big part in customer service and satisfaction. And also, by improving the email quality, it will bring a better experience, but also will improve businesses, especially these companies, to get more visitors or more guests to come and stay. But also, it will also build a stronger reputation for the accommodation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let us give him a round of applause, please, for the good work. And please continue working like this, because I know having your bachelor degree is one point. You need to go to the next stage and possibly look into the area and do something there, because I can see you did a good job. Also, good work to Dr. Gabriel, and this is really something to learn, that we have our student here doing good things. This is really commendable. Thank you so much. Okay, back to you.
Okay. Please give us your takeaway.
Okay. What I can tell you is that when I read the story I just gave you, I connected it with peace, promotion in tourism. And because I teach communication studies, there is what we call active and passive voice. When Mr. Ward, Julie Ward's father, went back to UK, he wrote an article, and in that article he wrote, Mr. B, I'm just not mentioning the name, but the name was mentioned there. Mr. B killed my daughter. But the newspapers in Kenya, all the newspapers in Kenya, did not use active voice. They used passive. They wrote, tourist killed in Masai Mara. Tourist killed in Masai Mara. Now, to you, which one do you think it has an impact on the tourism industry? Is it the first one or the second one? Is it passive or active? Tourist killed in Masai Mara. And the first one was Mr. B killed my daughter. I think the second one has impact on tourism industry because tourist is mentioned and Masai Mara is mentioned. If anybody was planning to come to Masai Mara, and that one was written politically because the person who made the killing is a high-profile politician in Kenya, and so the newspapers were written, tourists killed in Masai Mara, made people to think that Masai Mara is always not very safe. So they made a lot of initiatives to make sure they clear it. So what I'm telling you is that engaging the local community is very important in tourism industry. Thank you very much.
Very much for good presentations, Dr. Mayengo, Dr. Pima, and Respo. So now I would like to invite Mahmoud on the last year presentation. He's going to share with us some interesting pictures.
And I'm glad you've resisted going away, and you also resisted the temperature. It's a bit cold, but it goes right into my heart. You are good resistance, and I am very, very happy. I'm very happy to be here in Tanzania. This is a very nice place for me, to the point where I want to settle here, but that's another thing. I won't tell my wife about it, you know, because she will go a bit mad. But this is my name, this is my telephone number, email address, and the company that I am hired for to work as a consultant. Now, it's very interesting to have this day, a special day, Tourism Day, International Tourism Day, and the theme, Tourism and Peace. That's interesting. I've got a slight idea of the relationship, and especially my previous colleague here who was talking about the tragic death of that lady because the people around were not somehow sort of cooperative, or they were not too much alert about her, being the fact that she was a tourist, and they knew it. But you see, if you imagine that these people were aware that tourism can benefit them indirectly, then, as you say, it could have been different, but whatever happened, happened. Peace is another thing, but If you talk about peace, we have to promote it in certain conditions. And we cannot promote it, oops, I lost my picture. We cannot present it, sorry. Oops, I lost it. Anyway, so as I say, I was saying, brush. Where's that brush? Somebody stole my picture. It's not me. Bref. It's nice to promote. I had a picture here, which was about a lady holding vegetables and fruit. So you can't promote peace with an empty stomach. You've got to be sort of in good conditions. You've got to be, community who is living peacefully and getting the benefits from tourism. What benefits these are? It's just the improvement of life, good living conditions, and that's it. Then we can talk about peace. We can also talk about peace when tourism is a means to prevent civil unrest, to prevent unhappiness, to prevent aggressions, terrorism, whatever. And there is also another way of promoting peace through tourism. As I was saying earlier on this morning, it's about a shared cultural heritage. There are so many examples in neighboring countries that share, like archaeology, same thing. We have up in the north, in Africa, we have some shared cultural heritage. We have some archaeology. Like, for example, Tunisia, Algeria, because in the past there used to be civilizations that used to be on the border, and at that time there was no border. So there are ways of sharing common things that promote understanding between families, tribes, people, communities, countries, states. That is, for me, this is how I see it as tourism as a promoter for peace. Now, my presentation, I'm a filmmaker, I'm sorry, but to me it's just to tell story. And Monsieur Michael Rigero will agree with me. We tell stories as a filmmaker, and the only difference by the way, I am a sort of globetrotter tourist. I'm not sort of high. I'm not the one, you won't find me in those high hotels and lodges. You'll find me in guest houses and backpackers and that sort of thing, So I mix a lot of. My transport is the public pass, and that gives me a lot of satisfaction because I meet with a lot of people and we talk because, this is my lady. Sorry, this is the lady I missed before, right? She keeps disappearing, I don't know. Right. So you see, this is local communities with the right incentives, the right support, financial donations. I'll talk about it a little bit later on, and that produces,
food, primary, basic things. And this is how the local communities can survive, they can have their own way of living, and they can be happy, and they can understand the result, the outcome, the consequences of what the tourism can provide. Because all of this goes into the hotels, into the lodges, they're bought, and there is a bit of macro business, which, you know, they're getting money, they can spend it for their children to go into school, they can get some earnings, and they can live a good life. Now, for me, we talk a lot about sustainable tourism. I'm sorry, but I am very practical, pragmatic as soon as I hear about these statistics and academic words and all that sort of thing. I've gone beyond that understanding. But to me, it's pragmatism. We have to be practical. Sustainable tourism. It's not far from here. I was in Moshi, and I've got many friends on the heights, on the mountains, just at the foothill of Kilimanjaro, and there are villages there. I've got a lot of friends there. And in one day, I saw something which sounds very, very basic for you, but something that is quite illustrative here. This is a boy feeding the cattle from banana trees. This is cow dams, fertilizing. This is a lady cooking me a meal. The trash goes into the, oops, it's going too fast. The trash going into the poultry, feeding the animals, nothing is lost. This is a typically eco-friendly situation. This is what we call ecotourism. And it's something you can touch, you can feel it, you can see it, you can even taste it, the food, not the trash. And that gives us an understanding of how the cycle goes on, how this family live on, and what is the impact of tourism there. I took a few people with us. We were walking around in the villages, and we stopped here. We had dinner, we had lunch. She prepared something for us while they were taking us around, and not too far. Within 30, 45 minutes, the lunch was ready. Traditional, good food in Tanzania. Freshy. I've never seen, by the way, such freshy, such good quality green beans. They are absolutely wonderful. I've gone across the world everywhere. I've never seen such freshy, such nice color, green. You want to eat it raw. You know, so nice. This fruit, anybody knows what it is? It's only in Macedonia, not far from here, on the heights of Moshi. Okay, this is when it's still green, but when it dies, inside are some grains, which here are called queme grains. They're like almonds or they're like nuts, and they are sold on the local market. And a lot of good food. You can eat 2 or 3 of them, and then you're okay for the whole day. So we do have a lot of potential resources for food, for agriculture. There is no doubt about that. That you know all about it. Let's go on to the next one. Well, another thing that is absolutely kabisa. Coffee. I've done a documentary on coffee plantation. And the tree, when it's mature, when the cherries are mature, on the same branch, you have the mature cherries, and some others are green. They're not mature within the same tree. So what happens? This is labor intensive. People by the hand. This is very important by the hand in Tanzania. It's a luxury up in Europe, you know, organic, and they. And what's so interesting is that within 2 years you can have your plot, you can have your garden, and you can get your coffee, and you all know what the price of coffee is now. You need a bodyguard if you have 5 kilograms of coffee around, but it's still get your bill. It's gone so expensive, and it's available here. Anywhere in the rural areas. Absolutely glamorous fruit to export, to get earnings out of it. And it's all traditional. My God, that's something very attractive outside Tanzania. You can export it. As you know, coffee is a major export for Tanzania, especially now. So, a tourist would come around here, and he would see these. They would see these things going on. It's very instructive. We don't have coffee trees out in Europe or in my country. This is very, very, very interesting. That's what we call in French dépaysement. It makes you sort of, new pictures. That's very exciting, very interesting, and also rewarding. Here, for example, we're not talking about Tanzania mainland, Zanzibar, again, just a product of nature, the sea. You're here, ladies are developing algae, les algues, comment on dit les algues? Seaweeds. So you're going to dry, and they're planting them, you see. And that seaweed is a very good source of income for the ladies in Zanzibar. They're organized in associations. It is used for cosmetics. It is used to extract essential oils. Very, very useful for cosmetic products, especially for the ladies. Some of them are sold dry in Darajani, in the market in Zanzibar. You can eat it as well. I did. So this is what happens in Zanzibar, eh? Again, resources, fish. This is Refugee River in Selu, and it's not within the national park. This is outside the national park, and we have fishermen. Either they fish by these baskets, or they go anyway, and they go also individually, just with a line. I bought some fish from fishermen, and I can't see his picture here. I don't know why. Anyway, now the local communities, whether living in close to the boundaries or a bit outside, there is a symbiotic situation between the locals and the tourists. Here, what I have noticed, without going too much into details, because I'm not an expert, neither in sociology or anything, but they are completely in relationship with the tourists. They can show us their traditions, we can have an understanding of the local people living there. You know, they get their money, they get their earnings, we're happy, we take our pictures, and that's it, you know. This is another aspect which I have noticed in Karatu. My God, Karatu. That soil is very light. You can make bricks out of this, and it's local, and it's it really fits. Look at this. This is an old building, but look how compatible it is. I mean, to the eye, this is a nice picture. This is a very nice site. There's no aggression on the environment. And that is, there are tons and tons of them everywhere. As you go from Lake Manyara, the road, from Lake Manyara to Karatu, you can see them, mountains of people living there. That's something that should be promoted. You know, everybody should be building in that way. And it's very sort of environmental friendly. It's also, because it's local, it keeps it, regulate the temperature. This, voilà. And you have one of the precious thing, which you don't notice because it's all abundant everywhere. It's water. I come from a semi-arid country. My country is 80% Sahara, desert. Water is very precious. We don't know, we still don't have the technology to process the wastewater. So we just use water from underground. There's not much rain. And especially in the very deep desert, there is no water. When I see this water now from, really, it's something that fills my eyes. It's nice, and I drink it. It's very good. You know, no clay, mountain water, absolutely fantastic. Nice. Kabisa. Kitana. Serengeti now. I wanted to talk about Serengeti is, of course, the most iconic, the most attractive place, natural park in Tanzania, although it's not the biggest, but there is a lot of stories about Serengeti. And Serengeti, what's interesting, as you know, is every animal has his niche for living. It's got whether big, small, safari ants. This is a marvel, you know. Nice to see that. Now, in the places like Laterone, from the old time, anything that's been done, constructed, is environmental friendly. This bridge is made of wood. You can't think of making anything else. This is a success story. Success story, no? You can, Toletti, sorry to show that, but this is in Serengeti. Well, at least people have been, I'm talking about the positive things because that's my nature. I only see the white. I don't see any other dark colors. So this green, beautiful green, compatible with the area, and it's something rewarding as well. Now the this in Materoni is a site which is a stopover, which has been built thanks to the donations, and it's been going on for one year. It's a stopover that helps the Muzungu trekkers walk about. For those who didn't want to climb Materoni, Kilimanjaro, which is just next door. They like to do trekking and they stop over at this place and they have coffee. There is a ceremonial coffee. They have their lunch, traditional, the way I showed it before. And that place, I'm very proud of it because it's all built by with ecologically acceptable environmental. Now, why do I talk about this? Because this place has been done thanks to the donation of somebody who is talking to you. I financed everything. I don't have all pictures, but it's a stopover. And because I saw those families, keen, this guy, very smart, very clever, very going on, and he's got the ideas, he showed me the plans, all he wanted is money. And, it could happen. You could see some tourists passerbys, and they are so much interested in this. And I said, yes. So he built it. So this is something that is very satisfactory to me. And I'm very happy to have contributed. He's supporting 6 families. I'll show you the pictures later on. The other story that really drew my attention is these thousands and millions of wildebeest, lignu, who go for this iconic migration. It's very special, very fascinating. As I said, there's so many pictures when they go around there, but then when we take pictures of all animals, they're not. We don't take any pictures of them because there are so many around. Are they interesting? And interesting, why don't we take those pictures? Why? And why are there so many millions of wild beasts? So I got interested, like anybody else who would like to know about these things, you know. So I went back into the history, and this is perhaps where Michael's film will show us something, especially if we go back a bit in the past. Why do we have so many animals like that? It happens that in the 60s, there was, can anybody tell me why do we have so many millions of wild beasts now, instead of, compared to the other animals? Okay, so you know, people with gestation period, a lot of food, not many predators, no. So I went out and I just dug out some information from Tahiri and from other external sources, and I found out that in the long time ago, there was a plague that hit the cattle, Maasai cattle here. So there was an attempt for those cattle, those people around, to be vaccinated. So there was a vaccination for the cattle. And statistically, there was somebody called Tony Sinclair who came to do a study here about, you know, the wild beast and why are we having this differentiation, so many millions of them and the rest not that much. And then he found out that because after the vaccination period, the number of wild beasts grew up. So he came to the conclusion with blood analysis and taking bloods from the animals. We found out that they were immune from this virus. So they survived. So you see, animal cattle who had the virus got rid of the cattle, so they were not repercuted onto the animals, onto the wild beast, and buffaloes at the same time. So, in a way, he came back many years, many times, and he found out that they were really increasing in numbers. The other question is, at one stage there was a lot of fires in Serengeti, much bigger, big fires. But since the animals were so many around them, there was less fires of importance, just a bit. Why? Because of the wild beasts who were managing the high grass, they were making it a bit low, and the grass didn't go up to 10 centimeters length. And therefore, when there was an outbreak of fire, it wouldn't take long, it would consume a lot of things around. So that is one observation. The other thing is that we noticed that there were many giraffes. Why? Well, he came back to it. I'm just being very brief about it. He noticed that since there were less fires, the trees were exempted from destruction. So the trees grew up, and of course the giraffe came because the trees, leaves, and that's how the giraffe During rainy time, you see the shape of the roads, how it is. It's a bit swollen in the middle, so that all the cars like to sit in to drive in the middle. Because if they go sideways, they will start slipping on the side because of the water and because of the mud. So everybody wants to stay in the middle. But when you come across, other cars come across, then there could be problems. But Serengeti now and Ngorongoro are getting too much saturated. So, but there are many, as it was said, in many national parks. Why don't we try other parks? Why don't we see, for other parks? We all know about this trend. But the changes are very difficult to do. I visited just 2 weeks ago Mikumi, Seru, and it was the most magnificent park I visited. Seru. Everything is settled. You can see a lot, you can hear a lot of birds. If I'm a bit lucky, I will show you one bird which I took, not just with my normal lens. It will come later on. Now, wild beasts, they can go so much that they will get close to the tented camps. And this is the case, But that's a beautiful picture. I've been inside, and I can see at night, well, it's a different thing, but during the day, it's a marvelous sight. This here is a case of somebody, Kanzenkamp, who has his luxury tented camps within the Serengeti. He's inside, and visitors can get in and out to a safari in the park, and they will go. There is everything there. The only thing, what I want to say is that everything is compatible within Parliament. So you have regulations by Canada, you have the other administrations, which you're not allowed to do anything, either to grow or to pick up collect the grass or something. I wanted I saw some mint tea growing next to my house, to my tent. And I took a bit, and then I gave to the cook to brew me some tea with the wild mint. And he did it, but he said it's forbidden, not allowed, even to take that grass from the ground. Yes, that is something that is used to heat the water. Oops, I'm going a bit too fast. Heating the water, there is no water heater, no electricity. No electricity, solar panel, solar panel. And the way they do it is just to get some wood outside the luxury tent, and then they did a fire that way. And that was also something that could be an attraction for a tourist who comes there to settle. And you can just go out and at the back of these luxury tent, you will see this, and it's just a sort of ritual that can be done. This is, tourist pictures, that can be interesting. Now this guy, I met him, he's a member of parliament. His constituency is Serengeti. And he's looking after the local community around the Serengeti on the borders. And we have managed to get him in touch with a major Belgian tour operator. And this is another success story because he has done a lot of things. I don't want to go through the list of achievements in terms of schools, primary schools, catchment water for the cattle, water for the villages, health centers. dispensaries, hospitals. This is all there. It's been, you see, these are success stories, which I have noticed myself. Excuse me, I'll just show you a few other pictures. That's still 2 meters from the car, with just a normal lens. That, for me, I interpret it as a quiet, settled park where animals are not frightened and they can, get around. Some success stories as well, those who know maybe the area of Usa River, which can be accessed easily. Sometimes if I want to go for a walk, I'll do that. That is typically local. The doctor, she was mentioning the local associations, and 100% Tanzania, internal resources, 6 people there running the place, and they look after widowers, and it's all on the edge of the road of the Barabara, and it goes towards Mount Meru, close to the mountains there. You can have food, you can have they have a rest house, you can spend the night there, they can cook you local food. If we talk about peace and common shared items, shared cultural heritage. At one stage, when I was in Serengeti, I wanted to look to see the wild dogs, the painted dogs, the licaon, we call them in French. The licaon is it's part of the Greek mythology, and the licaon in Serengeti also another mystery. It has disappeared. Now this thing, I don't know whether you see it. Voilà. So this one is a fascinating animal. Small, it has a language, very rich language, and they hunt in groups. They can get something as big as a zebra. They can get a lot of big herbivores, gazelle, eland, and they have a strategy, very, very clever, very smart. Now I said, why has it disappeared? So I went around, and I was finding out. There was some researchers accusing other researchers, saying that they have molested them, they have immobilized the dogs, and that has created a stress which has made them vulnerable to rabies, to other sort of disease. That's why they disappeared, they even were extended. Okay. So, why? So I went on further on, and sort of went into the study, and the case was totally false. There were other studies that took those licaon, and they were they left the area where they were hunting, and they went to, sorry, I'm not very good at Lindoro, I think Lindoro, because the dens there were much more protected, because these licaon were enemies as soon as they had a prey, the lions and the hyena, they come along and they take their prey. So when there is an increase in lions and hyena in an area, they will disappear. They will go elsewhere. Likao. Why am I interested in Likao? Likao is in our desert. It's been carved in rock art. And I want to show you a picture that this is deep in the south, in my country, in the Sahara, Algeria. See the shape here? That's about 15,000 years ago, right? 15,000 years old. And look at it, that's absolutely identical. It's the same one. So here, there is a scope for interrelation, inter-studies between my country and the Tawhidi Research Center or the museum. They are common things. They are absolutely similar. That's an example of what tourism can promote peace. So what's the difference between tourism and those rock carving things? Because we are not too much interested in archaeological tourism. There is a huge scope for archaeological tourism. One of the examples that I have in mind is, as I said earlier on, Angaruka, which is about 4 hours, 6 hours drive from here. Angaruka is a place that dates back in the 4th century, and it was dated at the Stone Age in Africa. In Africa, we have our Stone Age, we have our history. Nobody, we have to ignore the language whereby Africa was nothing until it was colonized. No, we have that. And that Angaruka is something that is really fascinating because it tells you the complex irrigation system that is there and the terracing system, because that place was used for intensive agriculture, 4th century. So, and that one is linked to the Zimbabwe rock, big castle in Zimbabwe. That's another example of making peace, common cultural, common heritage together. See, so archaeology on the vine. This is where we discovered the oldest human being. 8 billion years old, and they are still digging. I was with them last year. Still making some finds, all the time. You have also the Ondoa rock paintings, and so many archaeological centers. We've got to invent. This is not being exposed in Tanzania. We should do that. I think that should be something really worth looking at, and it's really very rewarding. And last, I don't want to stay too long, otherwise my speaker is going to be angry. Healthy young Mr. Joe from Materoni, just having a sleep, peace, serene, prosperity, future, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Alan?
to invite Dr. Leticia.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for your endurance. It has been long staying here. I will welcome you for contributions and questions, recommendations, but I want our presenter, first of all, to...
So how long does it take you from beginning to end when you go on a filming expedition? How long does it take you to go on a filming expedition?
Oh, how long?
Did you hear it okay?
Yes, I can hear you now. Yeah. I got your message. Filming takes 2 weeks. This is a bit of hodgepodge pictures, a bit of a mixture, you know. This is not a fully finished, edited documentary. But it takes us about 1 to 2 weeks just for shooting, and then the post-production is the big complication things. It will, if we have everything is ready, all the stuff is ready, it takes about 1 week to do one documentary. And that is something that occurred in normal situations, but of course we have the physical problems like rainy time, cloudy, not much light. We don't have the right protection to get closer to the animals. You know, but on average, if we are aiming at a specific subject, which of course it all depends, but shooting takes, if we take them on the sort of canvas situations, we'll say 2 weeks at a row. If we exclude the travel time, about 2 weeks just shooting and getting raw pictures.
Now, I would think in the number of places you've been that you probably had some close calls with animals. Have you?
Close
calls, like were you in danger?
Fright more than danger. I was frightened. There are instances where, for example, I was stuck in the middle of a road with a driver and my photographer, and there was nothing else we can do. We were just waiting for the rescue car, which took them half a day with their magic expression, on my way, I'm on my way. But you don't know how long it takes. So I got frightened there because there was some roaring, some lions around, you know, we could hear them. But we had the car, you know, we could have gone inside if something else. So I was more aggressed by insects, tsetse flies, anything, you know. I was absolutely swollen because I had naked legs. I was just with my shorts because my trousers were wet because of the rain. And at night there was a lot of rain on the tent, and the water was accumulating, and suddenly it just poured, unluckily, on my clothes. So I was just with my shorts, and I got a lot of injuries there, but nothing really. It's part of the game.
Well, thank you for your presentation.
Pleasure. Thank you.
We will welcome the floor.
But I could ask Mohamed to make one clarification. I listened very well to your presentation. Thank you. You're from Nigeria, and you funded the documentary. So as the moderator, I wanted to get clarification or to know exactly what motivated you to choose or select Tanzania. I know these tourism activities are conducted at different places, but you selected Tanzania, and from that, when you're giving the answer, our students, the youth who are looking for employment, they can get somewhere to start, see the potentials in Tanzania. Welcome for that.
Thank you, Leticia. Yes, why am I interested, why I am here, away, 14 hours away from my country, including the transit time, and why Tanzania? This is part of my background, a professional background, you see. I am specialized in cultural heritage. And I wanted to prove to our compatriots who live in the north of Africa that we are part of Africa, even though we have been told during the colonization that we are different. We are Mediterraneans, and we are not African, because the Sahara, the desert, is a sort of blockade for you, and so your color, skin, and local Berbers and Tuaregs and all that sort of thing, and so you have nothing to do with the rest of Africa. But that was not well to me. As soon as I go deep south in my country, it takes 2 hours by plane to go from the north, Algiers, to the deepest town in the desert, Tamanrasset, it's called. 2 hours by plane. It's very, very deep. We are the biggest country in Africa. So every time we go to those places close to those stars, we'll see, that Africa is there. So I, as a journalist, I was sent by the World Bank to Johannesburg in South Africa during the Water Summit in 2002. And there was I fell in love with Africa. And since that time, I always came back. But because I was very, very active working with my television network, Canal Algérie, I couldn't move about. As soon as I got my retirement, I won't tell you what age, then you'll find out how old I am, and I don't want that. And so I had more time, and I got more interested in Africa. But I've got to tell you something. Algeria is the only country in Africa that organized 2 continental event called Festival Pan-Africain. That is a
tribes, everything. And we've done it twice, 1969 and 2009. So that also has gave us, has motivated me to travel southwards and to get to know those countries. Why Tanzania? A good question, because I've been around, Uganda, Mozambique, Kenya, Ethiopia, South Sudan, Congo. Tanzania, because I feel the place is, it's the people, it's the human factor. The people are very welcoming, they are very resilient, and they almost accept anything, That's not the case up in my country. Very understanding, a lot of
history, and I am close to what I have always wanted, traditions, cultural activities, cultural heritage, and you know, that gives me the chance to do my documentaries. I've done many documentaries, whether here in Tanzania or in Ethiopia, Uganda, South Africa. But Tanzania is special to me because I feel good, I feel well. That's all, Leticia. I just feel happy here.
Okay, thank you for the compliment. Let us welcome now the floor to continue with the discussion about this, the role of the community in shaping and benefiting from tourism. There was the hand there at the middle, please, at the center.
Thank you very much indeed for very wonderful and exciting presentation. Mine is to make a comment on Serengeti. It's interesting that you spoke of sustainability in Serengeti. I just need to make clear, when you look at the numbers to Serengeti, or you look at the size of Serengeti, you see it's almost equivalent to the country of Bahamas or Montenegro, where almost 500,000 people live. And in the entire Serengeti ecosystem, you don't have, in a single day, 30,000 people. Therefore, for sustainability, and I expect possibly we will work on more land use planning, more opening more new circuits, and making sure that we kill the seasonality factor so that we have diversified the tourism and also the people. Because at this level, we look only at one tiny point in Serengeti, and think that Serengeti is congested. And I don't think that's a proper representation of the ecosystem. However, I really appreciated the fact that you have also reached out to see that there are other serene national parks which worth visiting in this country. That's fantastic. And the other part also, we have the claim from the click-speaking communities that their great ancestors are partly responsible for the artwork in Algeria, all the way to Cape Town. And mainly, they're based in central part of Tanzania, Dodoma today. So with your experience, with your knowledge, what do you have to say about that? Thank you.
Welcome.
Yes, thank you. I'm glad you mentioned those 2 points. Serengeti, you know, of course, you made a remark which goes towards my lines. Serengeti, of course, Serengeti, as the slogan says, shall never die, of course. But we should release the visitors. They've got to go elsewhere. As I'm saying, you know, I've done 2 documentaries on Selu, for those who are interested, and one in Mikumi, and it's very exciting. And especially that it's close to the commercial capital, Dar es Salaam, and now we have a train, a new train, that gets you close to Mikumi. I'm not saying it gets you straight on, but you can go from Dar es Salaam to Morogoro, 1.5 hours, and another 1.5 hours by road, and you are at the gate in Mikumi. You can go in the morning and come back in the afternoon by the same train. Cheap, 8,000 shillings. And that is a discovery. And for those visitors who land in Dar es Salaam, it's absolutely perfect. Even though it takes about 3 hours, there is one train that leaves at 6 o'clock in the morning. The other one is at 9:30. And the same trains come back towards the end of the day. So that makes you a wonderful day. And Mikumi is something that is worth visiting. It's small, not at the size of the Serengeti. Serengeti is, as you say, it's half of Belgium or the size of Bahamas. But that is enough to see almost everything as wildlife. It took me about only 4 days, Michael, to do my 1.5-minute documentary. It's very short, you know. We do it purposefully very short so that, you know, it becomes very digestive and very, not very light, but just interesting enough to raise an interest and curiosity. Because it's limited, it's not very, very big, but you can see everything there. The second question, I suppose you're talking about the Adzab, the click word. By the way, we all, don't think that it's all proper to the Adzabi. When you say, that's clicking. Or when you say, agreeing, that's clicking. So we have a bit of common things. I'm very tempted. My laptop has been disconnected, but I have 1.5, 2 minutes documentary on the Hadzab. I stayed with them 3 days. It's here. Hadzabe is a very, very beautiful attraction for tourists, for ethnologues, for experts, because these people are hunters-gatherers, and that way of living dates back to the Neolithic time, 15,000 years ago. This is what they were. These people are still living in that type, and there is no folklore, no hanky-panky, no show. They are real, genuine. They hunt and they collect, they climb on the trees, they pick up their fruit, they harvest, they dig on the ground. I had a very good what do you call it? It looks like cassava, but much more humid and juicy. Yes, they are genuine, and I am trying to make a connection between our research center in Algeria, because when I showed the pictures, they were fascinated to see how they can connect with the Kanapa and the Dar es Salaam Museum, because they also, Dar es Salaam, have got an implication. They're doing some research with the Adzabi. Unfortunately, I've heard that their hunting ground is shrinking regularly. Where would that lead us? It's another dilemma. Are we going to give ground to agriculture and to the detriment of tourism, or vice versa? What's the equilibrium? That's something else. I hope I have answered your question.
Thank you, Mohammed. Another question, contribution, comment? Yes.
Thank you. I'm just curious. It's very interesting presentation. So I just want to know, what challenges did you face while reaching to the targeted stakeholders, the targeted places? Yeah, I just want you to share with us the challenges.
Right, thank you. What shall I say? You see, I don't expand myself. I don't I am a filmmaker. I do my documentaries and I present it. I go around every exhibition. I'm going to Canada early November to beat the drum for Tanzania, because there is a big exhibition there. I do my best, but I don't go and sort of threaten people and say, if you're not sponsoring, I'll get you. So I do my best, I present it, I know it's nice, I've got a lot of feedbacks, but the rest, I cannot measure it, because it goes indirectly. There are examples where I would hear from a Belgian newspaper that there is a foundation that had got financing For that, and the man in charge was the guy who took me around to do the promotion of the area. So, to me, you see, I'm not a public relation, I am not a sort of influencer, I make documentaries, I'm a filmmaker. The rest, I know there are some positive responses. I get some positive feedback. I did something on a coffee plantation in Moshi, and it was so successful. Suddenly, I get the boss, saying, come and there is an additional check for you to pick it up. Because I think, to me, indirectly, he's done he's been distributing that documentary, which I have here, and he's had some success. But the rest, I don't know exactly. I do work for some companies here who order some documentaries from me. It's sort of half short documentary, half advert. And they all, we're very good friends, we're very happy, they reward me, they pay me. But all the other, I write articles, especially when I go back home, I get interviewed on television, but the rest, I cannot measure it.
Thank you. Last, if there is any other question, if we have finished, I give the presenter to give in a few words, to tell us what we should remember when we go home.
Okay, I think I've said it all. Few words. I keep saying few words every day, every minute, every time. I'm a happy person. I am positive. It's nice to be in Tanzania. That's all.
Okay, thank you, Mohammed, for very nice, practical, interesting presentation. We have already congratulated you. Thank you.
Thank you.
MC.
Thank you very much, Mohammed and Dr. Leticia, for good presentation and discussion on the sustainable and secure tourism through photos. We are used to see so many words, but here we see pictures and they are talking a lot, sending very good message. I think I wish all the presentation could be this way, because picture send a lot of words rather than speaking them.
Thank you.
So by now I'll like to invite Professor Manamba to close our session.
Adam, Michael, and Rose Kamara, board members, Rethinking Tourism Africa. John Albin, the coordinator, Rethinking Tourism Africa, members of IEA management who are here this afternoon. Distinguished guests and participants, conference delegates, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm honored to be here this afternoon to formally close the International Tourism Conference and Expo 2024, an event which I believe is vital to strengthening tourism across the globe. On behalf of the Institute of Accountants Arusha, I extend our heartfelt appreciation to each and every one of you for making this event a success. I would like to express our deepest thanks to Honorable Dr. Dastan Kitandula, the Deputy Minister for Tourism and Natural Resources, for taking the time to grace us with his presence and for sharing his invaluable insights on the importance of tourism in promoting peace. His words have inspired us all and endorsed the significance of this sector, not only in Tanzania, but also globally. We extend our gratitude to our distinguished panelists, speakers, and moderators for their outstanding efforts. The discussions, debates, and the presentations we have seen today, and those we saw yesterday, have improved our knowledge of the contribution that tourism makes to promoting economic growth, cultural understanding, and peace. Everyone who has attended this conference will definitely be impacted by your skills and understanding in the long run. I would like to extend a special thanks to Rethinking Tourism Africa for collaborating with us to organize this event. This collaboration has been a fruitful one, and we look forward to many more joint ventures that will continue to promote sustainable and responsible tourism across the continent. We really appreciate the effort of our local and international delegates who have come from near and far to participate in this celebration of tourism and peace. Your involvement shows how committed we all are to developing the tourist industry and utilizing its potential to build a more inclusive and peaceful world. To our sponsors and partners, we are deeply grateful for your generous support, which has made this conference and Expo possible. Your investment in this event reflects your dedication to the growth and the sustainability of tourism in Tanzania and beyond. I would also like to express our appreciation to the organizing committee and volunteers who have worked tirelessly behind the scenes to ensure the success of this conference. Your dedication and hard work and attention to detail have made this a unified and memorable experience for all of us. Last but not least, a special thanks goes to the IEA students and academicians who have shown wonderful eagerness and engagement throughout this event. Your participation is an evidence to the bright future of tourism in Tanzania and globally. As this conference draws to an end, let us remember the important lesson of today's theme, tourism and peace. Hopefully, this experience will motivate us all to keep pushing tourism as a means of advancing sustainable development, understanding, and peace. Thanks to all, once again, for participating in this important occasion. May we all work together, be creative, and pursue greatness in the tourism industry. I wish all safe travels back home and continued success in your respective endeavors. I now declare that the Arusha International Tourism Conference and Expo 2024 is officially closed. Thank you, and thank you very much. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor, for closing remarks. So now we have Expo on the other side. So when you are from this room, you can go to network on the other side to see what's going on. okay, because there's a number of booths, so you can see what kind of product and service they are offering with a number of stakeholders, so you can see where we're going to enjoy. But also, I would like to give Mahmoud 3 minutes of a video of Hazabe. Okay, it'll take on 3 minutes, but for the conference, it's already closed.
Okay. Where are you?
So they are hunting many years ago into the bush. So there are different 2 types of hunting, long and short hunting. Azabe, the popular at like in the Tagi, Samakabe,